Right, the story so far in this, the final round deal, and I've been the deal of cards, not deal with it. It wasn't a reminder to myself, though. There's definitely room for a certain kind of double entendre there. Of the final age of the game, we're closing in on the end. Let's take a look at what's going on. The world is preparing for various wars, and it's kind of an interesting situation. Poland is in a state of chaos with rebellions sprouting up all throughout the Lithuanian territory. They have built an army, and they're prepared to deal with that. They got problems on their hand, though. Turkey's playing a waiting game of sorts. They incorporated Tunisia and got sort of their final victory points there. We can look at the victory point situation. Poland's in the lead now, with Turkey and Austria close behind. And then it's a long walk down to Spain, and another long walk down to France and England at the bottom. I would not suspect that anything... there are basically three slices, right? The leaders, Spain, and then the tail end. And I don't think anybody's going to move out of one of those basic categories. Although we did see, a lot of Poland and Austria really caught up to Turkey all at once. So who knows? I haven't been doing bean counting. Turkey has a possibility. They don't have a lot of power. A possibility of going to war with the Poles. Do we have a claim? Yes. And the reason for this would be to possibly get enough ports on the Black Sea to get the 3 victory points for that. What are we looking at right now? 1, 2, 3. We'd need like 6 more ports on the Black Sea, and that's saying that these actually aren't. We have 1. So we'd need 8 more. We're not able to get that point value. So the only reason to hit Poland would be to knock them out and, maybe take some points of our own in areas. There's a lot of revolutionary regime areas down there around the Black Sea. So they wouldn't necessarily be too terrible to take over, I guess. However, we have our own rebellion problems, which we may wish to try to deal with. Probably a wiser choice overall. We don't have a lot of unrest, but we do have a city here. Not much I can do about it. Build an army and siege it. That would take... So, if I build any troops, I could build an army here, and then it only takes me 1 extra cube to siege it, which probably not going to go to war. The French have planned... They moved in here, quelled some, there were just rebellions all over the place. Of course, Lithuania is the biggest. They quelled some rebellion, and now they're planning on going to war with the Dutch. They get some points, quite a few points for that. They may actually end up allying with the British in order that they can both score this war. With the thought of, look, let's not fight over who's in last place. Let's see if we can maybe make up this ground and end up, up where the Spaniards are. The Spaniards are trying to quell problems within their own country. The English are ignoring rebellions throughout their Portuguese vassal, which is going to basically liberate itself, and instead have prepared themselves for a war against the Dutch. Again, France and England are now having words across the table as to whether or not it's worth spending a cube to ally. And then spending a cube, and I think it's just 1, for bringing them into war. I don't know if I have to bring them into war, though. So this is the whole thing. Like... If France and England are both separately at war with the Dutch, I think, and I'm going to have to look at the rules for this, I think that they each have to separately fight the entire Dutch army when they move into the same area. Let's take a look at how this is handled. So activate units, be land movement. When units enter an area containing hostile or enemy NPR provinces, a battle takes place immediately. See page 27. Units that move into or are recruited in an area containing one or more enemy NPR, see page 36. When a PR is at war with the NPR, each time the player moves any of their military units in an area containing provinces owned by that, or when they have units in such an area when war is declared, a land battle immediately takes place. The NPR defend it. If the NPR is the active ally of the PR, they defend with only, If there are units hostile to your NPR enemy already in the area that you're moving into, no battle is triggered. Aha! Okay, so no alliance is necessary. They can both go to war with the Dutch and will be able to take advantage of whoever wins the first battle. So that's kind of cool. I didn't think that it read that way. I thought that the only way it would work is if we're allied and at war with the Dutch together. Wow, everybody's got a claim to the Flanders. What the fuck? Everybody but Turkey and Poland. But yeah, anybody who might have had a claim. So what were we at? We were at the English, yeah. They've already built their army. The French are going to have to take the brunt of the attack unless they delay on their declaration of war. The English have a number of things they want to do before they can declare war. They're going to move fleets around and everything. That may change the situation significantly. If the French are able to win sieges here, the English may not be able to make the landing in Flanders at all, in which case they would have to then go for the Netherlands, which is a harder situation. They actually have too many troops to get there without, I don't know, something more clever with their navies than they're set up for. Okay. Although I might be able to see, you can gather navies in one place. I don't think I can pick up a navy, move here, drop it off, and continue moving. That's the problem. I've been allowing stuff like that with armies, but I think the way naval movement works is a little different. And finally to Austria. Austria has decided that they're going to war with the Poles. And they've positioned an army here. Poland is aware of this. They have additional forces back here. They may try to gather them. And the reason for this is we have this Austrian Galicia event or mission, which is worth a big pile of points. Not paying too much attention to these events or missions. Nobody's really been caring about them. Most of them are out of reach, to tell you the truth. And not paying too much attention towards getting, these aren't going to produce, the ideas aren't going to produce a lot of points. There also isn't a hell of a lot of attention being paid to the Napoleonic Wars card. And the reason for that is you really kind of have to, most of the areas that are involved, you have to take out an enemy capital for it to be worth it. But there are some exceptions down here in central Italy, in Brandenburg, and down in Egypt. Nobody's really prosecuting a war in any of these. The ones that are sitting in people's capitals, the person who owns the capital doesn't get positive points for it if it's their own capital. So there's a lot of points available if Austria and Poland go to war, which they're going to, right there. And there's not really anything driving the war against the Dutch in the Napoleonic Wars. But the two players have individual missions to hit down. All right. Well, that's what happened in the first half of this round. All right, another day, another round, maybe more, because raid is beginning to piss me off. In addition to me not playing it as much, plus I just finished a couple more books, and maybe we'll be more gung-ho about playing. The Poles, all right, they're in this total mess. How clear is it what Austria is doing? You know, it would take an idiot to miss this, right? The army's built right on their border. It's fairly big. 1 in 6 that I just don't notice it. Sometimes there are idiots. All right, we didn't notice it, so we're not going to let it affect us. It wouldn't affect us much anyhow. The only real question was, oh no, I've already done that. Shit. All right. Yeah, so I guess I launch another battle. I think I got to do this one. I hate hitting just a 1 when there's so many big ones out there, but whatever. Successful, we managed to get our cube back, but we're down, you know, we're still at 2 cubes. It's kind of hard to trim all of this revolt that's going on in Lithuania. I'm almost certainly not going to be able to hold all of Lithuania because I'm out of cash. And I just don't have the, you know, the attrition is going to take me down. Even though I have infinite cubes, basically, because each time I move, I get it, you know, each time I win a battle, I get another cube. But my army's just not big enough. And it's hard to concentrate. Like, I couldn't bring this cannon in very easily because that would require spending a cube, or if I had a card that allowed a multi-move, to coordinate forces. I think there are a couple of those. Turkey's a little less focused on what's going on there with the Austrian army. So I'm going to say odds they notice what's going on and are interested. Okay. So unlike Poland, Turkey is like, huh. This is important because I have a capacity to build an army and a reason to do so here. My other cards really aren't very useful, so build an army it will be, although I'm heavily in debt. I could retire a couple of debt, but I have to build something of an army to deal with the problems at home, or to consider that. I don't really have enough cubes to go to war heavily with the Poles and deal with that mess, but it might be wise to do both. Remember, I regenerate cubes, so if my army's big enough. I don't spend all of my cash for it, but I spend quite a bit, like enough that I'm not going to be able to pay down any of my debt, which may be a mistake, but I want enough force to be able to fight the battles and not be too upset by attrition. I just had a thought having to do with this money. What are sort of common peace conditions in other games, and including the original EU, and of course Empires in Arms also had this, is the idea of reparations. And there's nothing like that in this game. There's nothing where you can say, hey, you know, pay me half your income or something on the next turn. Now, would it make a lot of sense? Probably not, because we're talking, the size of the turns makes reparations kind of a difficult thing to judge. You know, so reparations in Empires in Arms, they'll last you, I don't know, maybe a year and a half or so that you have to pay them, I think, for the big version. And that means that, you know, in EU, that's still a quantity of, like, if you're paying half your income for a year and a half, that's still a quantity that can be kind of expressed in the original EU. Because it's like 5 years, so instead of half your income, maybe it's a quarter or 10% or something like that. But if you're looking at 15 to 20 years, you're looking at like 0.5, percent or something like that. And it's just not an amount that works well. What about our French? Our French did not yet go to war. They haven't exchanged cubes yet. I think we're going to want to do the exchange of cubes anyway. Are we talking with England? Are we talking with England? So the advantage of talking with England, see, no, it's just not going to work because I have one cube that I could create an alliance with the English with. Then I can't call them in. And the English, the excess cube I have is going to be devoted to my military capabilities after I do a change in focus. Similarly with England, they have one diplomatic cube. The excess will be devoted to their military activities. The problem is, Congress of Vienna gives a whole bunch of peace cubes. Am I interested in that? There's not a hell of a lot of reason that I have to ally with the English. Although, conceivably, they could come in at war with me, but then they could just liberate Dutch areas, so that doesn't help. Yeah, I'm saying these two players have been discussing this because we've been thinking about it for a while. Congress of Vienna, though, does give control over a fair amount of things. Now, circles die. I wouldn't lose anything important. All those extra dip cubes, shit, would help me perhaps to study a technology. Would cost me one. Is there a technology I want that I would be getting from England, Spain, or Austria? Tolerance? Tolerance could be quite useful. I do have some revolutionary areas and, of course, my Protestant areas. So being able to ignore some of those would be kind of useful. You know what? I think I'm going to trigger the event. There's some cash on it. I'm sure I need cash. Yeah, I have none. It's not really going to help me now. And let's do this. And then we can make a decision as to, whether or not we're going to make an alliance. I doubt we will because the English will have cubes as well. Okay. So let's take a look at what the Congress does. All players who do not have revolutionary regime, that's only two that have it, Turkey and Spain, which are the revolutionary regimes, must choose. And it's kind of weird because there's definitely a linkage between the two, but I think you could actually have a revolutionary regime that stops having the revolutionary ideology, or you could have, you can certainly have revolutionary ideology without the revolutionary regime. And it kind of makes sense, but these are the kind of things. So there was a game, oh geez, I can't remember what it was, the name of it. I did it a long, long time ago, very early on, that dealt with competing ideologies. I mean, yes, days of decision, like three or four and forward. Do it. I think it's three. But no, this was one set, competing monarchies versus, I guess, against socialism, against capitalism, against fascism. It was really a cute thing. as an idea, it didn't excite me all that much. But when you get to things like that, and then of course there's a weird one for you. La foi et la glaive, which unfortunately I only have in French, but I have a translation, and my wife helped me a little bit. Well, my dead wife helped me a little bit with what was going on there. When I had questions about it, we would look in the original French and try to figure things out, because sometimes the translations aren't very good. They're done for free. But that handled a weird situation where you have, it's basically a diplomacy game, but where you have two planes of existence. A more military plane where you're playing kind of diplomacy, but another plane that's the religious struggle in terms of, how the different religions interact. And you have advantages that cross over. So if you have troops in an area, you can help enforce the religion. If you have religious power in an area, you can help enforce the troops. And they're both handled as kind of diplomacy games, where you're moving, where you're pre-plotting which pieces move where and what support they give and whatever. It was just really clever to do like a multi-dimensional diplomacy. But that doesn't really cover like what the advantages the ideologies have. All right, anyway. Again, why the videos are so fucking long, right? So the active player chooses last. Interesting. That's very different from normal. All right, the Spanish have to pick no time for talk. Which automatically gives them stuff, but it also gives their adjacent players stuff. So let's take a look at what that gives. I didn't realize it went both ways. So you generate things for everyone. So you and all adjacent opponents gain 1 military. So Spain gets a military. They're happy about that. Who are they adjacent to? Well, they're adjacent to the Danes. But they are adjacent to the English, actually, here. But they're adjacent to France, obviously, who gets a military. Great. This is cool because this is the kind of card that helps generate a lot of fat. And the Napoleonic Wars, for them to happen, remember, the game generally burns away all the fat. Well, something that creates more cubes is really to be wished for, and I wish there were more cards that worked a little bit like this that various choices could do. Spain is also adjacent to England, like I said, but they're adjacent to other people. Austria, Turkey, not Poland. Okay. So basically everybody but Poland gets a cube. That means the English are next. Concert of Europe, if half or more players in the game pick this option, they each get 3 peace and all other players lose 3 cubes. I don't have an easy way to mark this. Some people have an extra mechanism. I'm going to put this on the cards. He is not going to take the no time for talks because we think this is going to happen. To Austria. Now, Austria could take the no time for talks. Doing that would give the Poles more military. We don't want to do that, so we want the concert of Europe as well. So let's join that. Poland, an extra cube would be useful to Poland, but I don't think it's worth it. I think those extra well, what am I going to do with a bunch of dip cubes? That's a good question. Yeah, but then all other players lose cubes. I think Poland may actually say, screw you. They may break the deal. So let's take a look. England, so England and France and Austria are all going to choose it. which means we're going to lose cubes off the board. Who cares at this point, really? Like, I don't think the cubes that I have over there are really helpful to me. Might have been helpful in Lithuania to prevent all this problem. What will I be able to do with a bunch of dip cubes? Fuck. Trade. I don't know, man. You know, France might be able to use the military cube too. So if Poland bucks this, they might be able to kind of screw the French out. Did I give the French an extra cube? I don't know. I mean, I had to have. I don't know. It doesn't look like I did. You know, I think I didn't. I think I gave cubes to everyone but France. I don't know. Yell at me if I got that wrong. Because I think they were at 2 cubes before. Okay. Yeah, but then again, I think Poland was it. Oh, Poland didn't gain any. Okay, Poland is the guy who did not get one. I just don't know. Like, getting an extra cube could be really, really important. What I'd really like is to get a ton of money. So my army is wearing down. Why do I have so much fucking cav? How did this happen? I think something got bumped. God, I can't make my mind. See, the extra cube would be useful. Do I deny? Because Austria is close. Austria's at 9. They would still be able to get one. But they're going to get one off the Turks. Okay. You know what? I am going to take the military cube instead. My adjacent seas are to Austria and Turkey, and I think that's it. Got to make sure. It's kind of crowded, but you know, Spain didn't do it, and I don't think anyone else can. So then Austria gets a cube, and Turkey gets a cube. This is probably bad, because Turkey's going to go to war with us, so I don't know. We're stupid. Okay. The Turks have to do no time for talks. They have no choice, which means they get a cube, and they give cubes to Austria, who has no room for one, Poland, who's almost out of cubes, and Spain. God, I like this mechanism. I wish this existed. I wish there was something like this in some of the other wars, because they've just piddled into just absolutely nothing. That gets us to France last. Just making sure Turkey's not adjacent to anyone else. Poland, Austria, Spain, yeah. So France could deny the concert of Europe and take another cube. That's what Poland allowed us. I'm very tempted because military cubes are really valuable to me, and this diplomacy thing, Why did I want to study technology, though? I wanted to study technology for the tolerance. Okay, I'm going to say on a 1, I do the no time for talks. How about that? Yep. Okay, so France gets a cube. We are next to Spain, England, and Austria. Austria has no room for a cube. They keep getting boned by their huge pile. England, of course, is in there. And this means the halfway was not reached. So I'm going to remove those counters that people had. And we have not the Congress of Europe. France had to pick first. This totally wouldn't have happened in this way. Okay, now we have a P, which I believe all that does is pushes, and let's walk around the board some more, the Napoleonic Wars into the, yes, we will score that this turn. It's going to happen, so it doesn't really have any impact. It would reveal another one if there was more game. Then the French get to pick green. I think green is gone. I think that was just Portugal at this point. The Mamluks at one point. And orange. Orange is just the Dutch. I don't really want to throw something down here or in the New World because England might be able to deal. So this, oh shit. I would be able to go from here to something in the Atlantic. Is there somewhere else I could go if I shift just one ship that the Dutch could be in? I have no ships in the rest of the world, basically. So that causes me an issue. I could pull that artillery homeward, but there's no reason for me to put a Dutch colony somewhere else for that. Is there a reason for me to stick the Dutch into another area that they're adjacent to? I mean, there is, but... Well, I don't want to put them here. That doesn't help me for the Napoleonic Wars. That's my home. But if I squeeze them into Saxony, you can't really do that. That's all owned by the Austrians now. Looking for areas that the Dutch might have some advantage to be in for me. I could stick them into Lorraine. Again, not really helpful. I kind of just don't see anything I want to do with them. And these are dark oranges, so I'd need another one of these to cover them somewhere. Where do I want to drop them? Let's drop them here. We could end up conquering more of that because there's already one in there. It just opens up more space. I don't really want to put to the rest of the world. That doesn't make a lot of sense. And then the death of circles, which I have to check. A few advisors went down. No real impact to that. Got to drop money. $8. What the hell is this? Constitution of Cadiz. A lot of cash. Nothing that gives the player who picks this any real advantage, which makes it hard to choose. Voyages of James Cook. This gives you George III. Oh, what an excellent leader. Hey, he's good militarily, strangely enough. Yeah, makes sense. Not for the Revolutionary War so much, but for the Napoleonic era. Terra Australis, England may pay 1 diplomacy or 1 military to move a ship up to 3 spaces, even through unexplored sea zones. This is interesting. This tells you, so you have to stop when you move to unexplored sea zones, but this highlights that fact. And may place a claim on up to 3 vacant territories adjacent to its destination if on the Far East map. This isn't going to help me colonize because you eventually have to get ships going all the way over. But the 3 space might be important, so I could go from B1. That doesn't quite do it. Have to be a little bit further than that. Unfortunately, I'm not down here. This would have gotten me into the Far East map. Ah. Okay. Scientific voyages. England gains one admin and one diplomacy and may take a free explore action. You gain a diplomacy. That's pretty nice. I need to stop and think about Spain. This is my first time around still. Wow. It just feels like I've done so much, right? 2 players left with events left, 3 events there till the end of the game. Well, till the end of the event stream. End of the game is going to require some passes. I kind of feel like I need a break. What's Spain going to do with a buttload of military? Wow. I guess put down unrest. Because I don't really want to fight that. But we'll get rid of this siege first. With England not having an event available, they've already fired those off. Voyage of Cook is not going to happen. This is just good for, well, maybe if somebody wants a diplomacy. This is only good for the English. It doesn't do any good for anyone else. And all we have is Poland and Austria. So the only reason that these others, that this would be picked is if these were terrible choices for everyone else. Because this is a pretty good choice for England. Or if those others help, you know, someone who's further along in the game. Because England is in last place. Who cares? The time? So we've gotten kind of screwed by France. The cube situation was not improved by the Congress of Vienna, and because the French shunted it, even though they played it, to get that, they liked their other options better. I think it might have been a bad choice, because tolerance, they're not going to be able to get this anymore. Unless they have a spy, they have a spy network. Oh shit. Yeah, they'll still be able to do that. However, doing it would get rid of all these extra cubes, so they actually lose 2 cubes for it. They would have been better off, probably. I don't know. We'll see. Is it time to launch our attack on the Dutch, or can we piddle a little longer? See, 2 cubes go over if we need it. I think we need to move our navy. We've got our army built. We'll do a naval move. We don't need money for another trade. We don't have the cubes for it. Fine. We didn't take that break. The English end up getting their entire navy there. You might argue that's not that useful, you know. What if somebody does trade somewhere? You know, they really weren't set up with it. Oh, not quite their entire. There's still a ship here. But that gives me such an overwhelming navy. Those 2 other ships there, 6 light ships, 3 heavy ships. I'm going to be able to blow through the Dutch Navy without any problem. And I get a cube back if I win the battle, so the declaration of war will be free. Americans are a little pissed off because they got shunted out of a couple of cubes. But we'll move our army and our general, our dying general, over to here. The wars have broken out. I'm going to give the Poles another shot at understanding that they're going to be attacked. Instead, I'm going to go to odd even. You know, the build was pretty obvious. I think I was at odd even last time. The question now is, you know, I just moved another army up there just before the Polish turn. So, yeah, they're realizing this, and what that means is I may be holding on to my military cubes. Then again, I may not. The reason to do so is my army's kind of small. I don't want to get it battered any worse than it is. And in fact, I have too heavy a cav concentration. So yeah, I probably do want to hold. I don't have money to be able to do anything, which may be my answer. I think I will. So I lost my advisor, so I can't do the exceptional year anymore, which means I probably want to do missionaries. So that's a couple cubes there. I've already spent this. I have 2 diplomatic power, though. It might be worth drawing, at least getting a couple of bucks. But I'm on the edge of bankruptcy here. That's just a lousy $2 for the Poles. For the Turks, probably should have built somebody here so that I could siege that. Oops. Am I willing to cheat? Like, this is more dangerous than either of these. This, maybe one of these converts or something. But it's unlikely that I'm going to get a whole bunch of unrest through there. Yeah, why don't... Because I built up a hell of a big army. Why don't I put one there? And I'm going to spend a cube to siege this. I know, I don't usually like cheating. But here I feel like, I don't know, I feel like I'm having a hard time, being fully up on the game because of how much I'm disappearing and whatnot. And this was a pretty stupid move not to put an army there. In fact, you know what? I'll spend that extra $2 to have built this army here because I thought this was necessary. I had an extra couple bucks, so putting this here only makes sense. Of course, that also puts me right at the edge of bankruptcy, which means one bad die roll on a revolutions thing and I go bankrupt. Terrible, huh? Yeah. Everybody's in kind of that position. I have a cube I can... Well, no, I may need it. Yeah, everybody's playing a little too close to the bone right now. I'm bouncing up and down, so I'll be back in a little bit to go through a couple more. It's kind of a weird game of chicken that's happening here because both the English and the French are prepared, and know, but they're prepared to go to war with the Dutch. And they know the other person is willing to go to war with the Dutch. What that means is that the first person who goes to war is going to fight, well, so if the French go to war, they're going to fight a battle here. If the English go to war, they fight a battle here. So the question is, do I want to fight that battle right now? Or if I can delay a little bit, maybe I force the other person to fight the battle. And whoever wins the battle, well, the other person gets to move in. It doesn't really give an advantage in terms of sieging. Whoever wins the battle probably can siege the other areas. It's all pretty complicated because, let's say, the French win the battle here, and then I'll end up spending a couple of cubes, because I have a lot of artillery, to siege all 4 territories. Well, then the English are in trouble because they have no right to go in here. So they kind of have to move quickly. So France may be able to screw the English over. Either, or maybe force the English to have less fleets. Up in the North Sea, hard to judge. Because they'll have to leave some fleets back here to transit their troops up there. So I could make life difficult on the English by declaring war right now. Yeah, I think that's what we're going to do. All right. So the French declare war. We get a little war marker. Everybody's going to destroy the Dutch. And the Dutch have no allies? The French have allies, but they probably don't want to call them. Or maybe they don't. I don't know. Not sure they do. They probably don't want to call them. So, and there are no Dutch anywhere else in the world. They haven't expanded out here. We're facing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This one's there too. Let's count again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 armies. 10, 11, I think. An 11 army force. Wow. Oh, I'm going to use orange for this. I'll get them together. And I also draw a leader. Let's see if we get a leader. This may not be wise at all. Yeah, we get a leader for the Dutch as well. Go over here to look at stuff, military stuff. And the French have tercios. That's the only thing that's going to really impact things. But then I notice they also have bureaucracy, which gave them extra money. I don't remember if I did this or not. Or if I was eligible, I might have gotten it. I don't think I did, but I might have gotten it this. No, I'm pretty sure I didn't get it this set of cards. But could I have gotten it somehow? I don't know. I really don't know that I collected that money. I probably did not and should have. So the French should have a little bit more cash on hand. All right, so what are we looking at? We got tercios. We got a leader with a blue. And we're facing a double white without tercios, though. Without any abilities, because none of the miners, the bots fight, but none of the miners are going to be strong militarily, even if, like, there was a period when the Dutch probably had the best military in the game, just when they started breaking the tercios formations, which are still applicable somehow, just by name, you know, whatever it means. The line infantry or whatever didn't come out. But, you know, the Swedes, they never got a huge bonus. Weird. Okay, so what do we got here? The French have no cav. They do a grand total of 2 hits. And I can get rid of these because there are plenty of Dutch. The Dutch, oh, let me make sure I didn't want to play a card. I don't have a card. The Dutch have 5 dice, but only hit on infantry. And they get 4 hits on the French. Ouch. Do we want to stick around? Well, if we don't, we're pretty much giving up this war. So, well, yeah, I guess. But it's not looking good. Don't know what I expected. So that's 4 hits on the Dutch. And the Dutch do 2 without tercios to the French, and a wound to the general. He's wounded, but he's still there. Let's get one of these over here. Okay, and that gets rid of these. Well, this looks better, although I don't like that wound. Like, our numbers are even at least. So we'll fire again. And we get 2 hits this time off of artillery only. Not good. But the Dutch only do 1 to us. Now it looks a lot better. One hit. Dutch can do a maximum of 3. Which they do, and they kill the general to boot. That's problematic. 1, 2, 3. There goes the French army down to 1 artillery. The leader is dead. Probably not worth playing another leader. Definitely not worth retreating, though. I would just lose my artillery. So, sorry about all this movement. You know, it's funny. I get new people every now and then wander into one of my videos. Got one on, the Age of Sail game GMT put out. Not Fighting Sail. I can't remember what it's fucking called. It's got to be Flying Colors. Somebody ran into some of my Flying Colors videos, and yeah, the sort of, geez, don't move your camera, stop moving your camera type comment. Now, anybody who's used to my stuff knows that's not going to change, right? By now, you know, I mean, this video is like, I don't know, at least 12 years, 10, 12 years ago. Maybe not that long. And they're commenting on it with stuff like that. You know, look. But I actually looked at it, and the movements were relatively smooth. It was during a period where I was caring enough to worry about that. Anyway, let's see if the French get lucky. They're not going to get much out of this. They're probably going to not gain their results from the war. I do not get that blue die, but I do get a hit on the Dutch. Now, what's kind of a shame, here are the Dutch. They can do 2 casualties. They can only really do 1. They got 5 dice. They're going to wipe the French out. Yep, but only barely. Which means we don't get a cube back. We're in trouble. This resets the entire Dutch army, but it also, both things kind of weird me out. It also gets rid of this general who was, you know, competent and won the battle. But the English are having second thoughts about facing that huge force. We're all set up for it. We've spent the cubes. We kind of have to. That was long enough, we bounce back downstairs. Spaniards blow a big pile of military cubes, all 5 of them, but they quell all the unrest that they have within their home country. These, you know, I'm not pushing it, right? I don't have enough to do that. Up to England, and after seeing the French army wiped out, boy, they got to be having second thoughts at this point. Well, death or glory, man. Okay. So against the Dutch, what do the Dutch have here? The real question is where this line is. This sits on the line. So they have 1, 2, 3, 4 navies. This is going to be easy. So England declares war. There are going to be 4 Dutch ships. I don't have enough ships. I don't have enough regular infantry. I'm going to just mark these with mercenaries for now. They have a chance of getting an admiral. Now, I actually have someone I could play as an admiral. I don't believe I can use my king as the admiral, but I have someone I can use as an admiral here. It would give me 2 white dice. It would cost me another cube. I don't think it's worth it. It might be worth it for a military, for a general. You know, I don't know if I draw. I'm going to have to look this up to see. Warfare versus NPR, defending in sea zones. Where do they talk about the leaders for this? Is it behavior? Okay. If they're only NPR and they have a total of 3 or more units, draw a card. Yeah, so I get an admiral chance. If I could play my king as an admiral, I would love to do that. I don't know quite where that is. It might be under minor. Appoint general or admiral. Appoint new ruler. Okay. Pay the cost on the lower right as a general. You may also use this action to free assign a general from one of your armies to another. Okay. I'm not sure how I get my monarch. That's not mentioned there. I thought it was automatic. Fucking hell. Don't know where to find this. This may be one of those, wow, things are not quite what you think. Take an appointment to assign a general, then the defender can do the same. Each side may only use one general. Okay. Like, I'm never seeing the leader, the monarch. Let's look under monarch. That's what I wanted to look under. Monarch power. That's not going to have it. Okay. Military leader. That's not going to have it. It's not in the fucking places I expect it to be in. And this is, problematic, but it's the kind of thing that happens in a lot of rule books. I find this one harder to find stuff in, maybe because of all the clutter of all these symbols. I do not know. Leaders as rulers. Using a point. Okay, so here's where it's mentioned, not before. Using the appoint leader advisor as a minor, you can also, a ruler may be assigned for free to command an army, not navy. Okay. I didn't think it was likely. There might, I've pointed out before, there might be a couple of leaders where that would make sense. I don't want to appoint this, so let's draw the military for the Dutch Navy. They do not have a leader, so neither side is going to have one. And the English get 3 free hits plus, and I only get 3 dice for this, nothing else. Fuck. Wrong dice. Wrong dice. Navies always use the blue dice as their base. You could get additional cannons on these. So let's see. Three free hits plus 3 more. We wipe out the Dutch fleet. The Dutch come back and do 2. I'll take those hits on heavy ships. The English get their cube back, and the turn passes to the Austrians. For whatever reason, I made a quick check on the event cards. Only Poland and Austria can access the event cards. Poland, of course, goes first, so they never remember. Austria's looking. They have a couple they could do. They could do the Industrial Revolution. That'll give them 2 cubes. That's actually not bad. Voyages of Cook will give them 1 cube. The other one, the Constitution of Cadiz, has a lot of money on it, which may be better. And we got people sort of delaying because they're not sure which they'd want to do. The 2 cubes would be admin. That could be helpful. I don't know how helpful. That's, I think, enough to change a religion, though. And I got a religious problem over there. I got a religious problem here. I'm having these, these nationalists going forward. And honestly, nationalism in northern Italy should not, there's something weird about it. So it's not really nationalism. I don't know what the revolutionary ideology is. It might be the rights of man and crap like that. That doesn't feel to me to have had the same kind of sort of revolutionary spread that we're talking about that the nationalistic ideals sort of did. They were mixed together too. So it was like, you know, the idea of self-determination kind of fit in with the cultural norms and everything that go in with nationalism. Do we want to just start the war? Yo, 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 yo. There's an advantage over in Bohemia, Protestant that it is. Might be my best choice, although it's likely to revolt. And it's really this that I want. I want to get to the heart of Poland and conquer that. Bohemia is just my excuse. But the advantage to Bohemia is that I could get a cube back. All right. Let's declare war. March in. Oh, you know, I forgot. I remembered this a moment ago, but I forgot to put my war with England there. And now we also have a war. This has got to be Poland's capital. Right? I don't know. I think that is. It's not Warsaw, man. And a war down here, I think. Is that Tyrol or is that Austria? Oh, was what? That's got to be Vienna there. Yeah, I got the truce with the Turks there. Okay. Any alliances that Poland wants to call on? Any alliances that the Austrians want to call on? What does it cost? I don't remember. Call to arms would be 2 for the Austrians. They have an alliance with Bavaria, which I could put. That would give me additional troops available to muster. I don't have 2 cubes. How about that? Okay. How about Polish alliances? Are there any? I don't think so. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, oh, yeah, oh, yeah. Oh, well, that's kind of interesting. Yeah. This is not adjacent to my realm, but it is adjacent to the Austrians. So I believe I get half. So that gets me 1 unit. And that's probably it. So I get 1 black soldier over here in my pool. He can be built without paying any money. However, there's sort of a... Oh, wait, I got another one here. Let's bring that in as well. That'll get me a second one. Having trouble gripping a boat. I'll give me a second one over here to put in there. Okay. So it might be worth a cube at some point to get myself a couple more troops, a couple more infantry. I could, of course, pay for other things. We have a fight. The weak Austrian army with an artillery is facing the powerful, the weak Polish army is facing the powerful Austrian army. The Austrian army has an orange die. Not much that I think I can do here. We look through tercios. We have just for the Austrians. Okay. The Poles are not going to place a leader even if they had one. Okay, so the Austrians wipe out the Polish and the I thought the Poles got a hit on me. The Poles are wiped out, but wait, I didn't roll for them. I'm here looking for all the results on one die roll. I think. There we go. Why not to roll on the board? But you know, this game is so cluttered. Over there, I've got room to roll. Over here, not so much without affecting something. And with Russia being empty, okay. The Poles do nothing. That means the Austrians get their cube back. And this is kind of nice because it gives me the opportunity now to conquer the Bohemian territories. There aren't a lot, but with artillery, wow. I don't know what's up there. Okay. There aren't a lot, but with the artillery there, it'll only take me 1 cube to take it. That seems worthwhile. That is it. We're going to take a pause here. I'm probably going to come back and do a book review thing again. Like I said, I've been reading a lot before I do this, but right now I need more tea. I keep trying to convince myself, let's do the book thing while it's still hot on my mind. But for whatever reason, the game is pulling me in now again. This is probably the one thing that kind of gets rid of my. And now the word's missing from my vocabulary. Yeah. I mean, even simple words are slipping from my existence at this point. What I mean is delaying, not doing things I should. There's a word for that, and we all know it. But right now, I'm completely brain farting. God, it's like... It sucks going stupider, right? Like, this happens to everyone to some extent, but I know I'm getting stupider. Jesus. And now I can't continue without saying it because I don't want to look like as much of an idiot as I obviously do, even though I've exposed it. But anyway, wow. Yeah, it's really disturbing to not be able to find the right word. And every time I start to think about what I was going to say, I don't even remember what I was going to say anymore. But yeah, this kind of laziness or whatever, obviously not the word. This really fucking sucks. I hate this. It's a common enough thing even. Is so, you know, right now I'm bound up on the, oh my God, if I don't finish this up and get this all vitted by the end of today, maybe tomorrow morning, whatever, it's dancing time again, and then I've got, you know, maybe I can do it on Sunday, but fucking hell. I can't believe this. But yeah, it's just, it's like there's just this mental block that's preventing me from finding it. Wow. This is really pathetic. And I'm so torn by it, like so unable to move forward because of it. Anyway, only under sort of this extreme duress where I feel like, oh, this is the last time that I can do this without horrible things happening. You know, it has to be obvious to me. Now, in this case, I'm talking about playing a game. It's easier. It's not, you know, like I've got to check my jury duty thing. That's coming up on Monday. I've got to figure that out, how I'm going to get there and shit like that. Now, I can certainly do that on Sunday, but I got to set an alarm. My sleep schedule is going to be all fucked up because I got to be there by like 8:30 in the morning, which I don't know what the fuck that means in terms of me getting down there. And I'm really, really beginning to think, Jesus, I made the wrong call by like agreeing to be interviewed for a job. I mean, if I can't even think of simple words anymore, I and I had kind of accepted my retirement as a thing, and it's like, sure, if I live too fucking long, I'd like to be dead by the end of the year. I'd like to be dead by the end of 2 years ago, right? I'd like to have not made it to 20, but all that in procrastination. Jesus, how can that hide, right? How can my brain be so fucked up that I can't even find something that simple? And that's the kind of thing. It's like, I don't think I'm fit to work anymore. I really don't. If I can't reach for words like that are just, so common, and it makes me wonder, am I, going into dementia, or is it just that I'm not familiar with being around people and talking anymore? What is it? Because I've never been this isolated for this long, right? There have been times when there's a few months or something, but this has really been, I basically only see people, 1.5 times a week, let's call it. It's actually less than that, but I go out on Friday nights and I see people. I see people out on the street or whatever when I'm on my porch, but I only interact with people, when I'm going out, and I'm drunk then, so it may not even count, right? And then when I go to the supermarket, I have to interact with the cashier and maybe say, excuse me, to somebody, a couple of times. There's just no connection with any other human beings at all. And it definitely has an impact. Other than over the internet, typing to people, whatever. But it's very, very weird to be in this position. Anyway, as always, wandered off, probably because of that, when really all I really needed to say was, I guess I'm going downstairs and make my tea. What do the Poles do in this situation? I have a reasonable amount of cubes. I could spend a cube and build some more infantry. 2 of them will be free. I got $2 for the last one, and just say, hey, I'm at the point of bankruptcy. I think I'm going to pull a trade card actually first. See what extra cash I can get together. But there's not a lot I can do against Austria with all their cubes, their huge army, etc. I could concentrate on putting down the revolt and let Austria take what they will. To some extent, I think I have to do some of that, like moving into here or something. We shall see, but let's trade. I'm actually lucky enough to get the Black Sea. Now, you would say, hey, Turkey's your competition there. There's a pirate. Yeah, I managed to get 5, produce $4. That's pretty much twice what I expected, so can't be too unhappy about it, can I? And in terms of the Turks, they're not really a competition because they don't have a boat, and a boat's required to generate. You need the merchant and the boat present to do it. Turkey would have had less points and also isn't going first, so they wouldn't really suffice as competition. So I got a few bucks in there. Poles still having their army kind of close to my border. I know this is probably a military cube I'm blowing here, but I'm going to increase my stability by 1. That reduces my unrest penalty for low stability, so that's kind of nice. A lot of people have tolerance now, including those near me. France is going to do what they want it to. It only costs 2 because I have a spy network. And that'll cost me 1 admin. And we get to put a little marker over here with tolerance. And that gives us 2 victory points. It's not good. You know, we wanted to attack the Dutch, but I think we're just going to have to take our penalty for going to war with them and failing, and recover unrest in our own country. We might actually suffer an attack by the Dutch, which is problematic, because remember, when you go to war with an NPR, and there is some Byzantine rule that doesn't really make a lot of sense to me about the NPR counterattack. We'll look it up before I spend my military cubes, because I may need to do something about it, but I just don't have the money, although I could go into debt more to pursue a war with the Dutch any further. I was hoping to win that first battle. Didn't happen. We'll spend their last cube on missionaries. And those are already gone. Yeah, let's drop it here. I gotta find myself another little marker as I keep eating these up. Let's turn Portugal revolutionary. And you know, I'm not all that horrified by the idea of Portugal as a nationality being kind of incorporated into Spain. And the reason is, it's not that long ago that this was sort of one language group and this was another, right? Actually, this was another over to the east more. Castile itself, I think, had a similar language to Portugal. They're not that far apart. How much has it solidified in the time period? I don't know. You know, we're in an alternate reality where the Castilian influence is not really there, right? I am still troubled, though, you know, by the fact that, like, I mean, these are vassals, but over here is better linked to Spain than they would be if they were just Catholic. Like, I don't know. Time for the English death or glory. We will declare war on the Dutch now. Oh, we already did. And we must have won the battle. Okay. We will march into the Dutch. Yeah, because we have damaged ships. All right. We'll go into here. And we're facing that huge number again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I thought I was at 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm coming up with 10 now. Against my army, I have my king there, so I'll get a couple of blue dice in there. I'm sure it was 11. I don't remember. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm coming up with 10 from this side again. When I'm on the other side of the board, I see 11. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is there one hiding under there? Yeah, there it is. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I don't know. Now I'm coming up with 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 maybe. It's so crowded it's hard to count. But 11 will work. I drew my military leader, didn't come up with one for the Dutch. The English have... Cannon's great. They have tercios, and that's it. But I got my king here. Of course, he could die. And I hit twice. 3 cannons, but only 2 of them in my possession. And for the Dutch, they have tons and tons of infantry and do 3 hits and kill my king. Right. I'll keep the 2 cannons because if I don't have the cannons, bad stuff happens. My king dies, I can appoint a new one, and he'll be my new ruler. He'll be giving me 2 white dice instead. So Crown Prince Curtis takes over for, oh God, King Herman. Crown might be Portuguese. Or Hernan. Okay. So Prince Curtis means I can get rid of these blue dice. And we're now looking at 5 white dice with tercios. But we don't have very many infantry. We're in bad shape here. However, okay, so we do 3 hits because we only got 1 artillery, the rest are infantry hits. So that's all we can do. And for the Dutch, they hit twice. Oh geez, I bet you I'm throwing troops into there instead of the dead pile. No big deal. Doesn't make any sense to retreat. I know I'm going to lose, but it just doesn't. Retreating at this point, I wouldn't be able to win anything. The only real chance I have is to get really lucky at this point in the game. I do 1 hit. The Dutch are definitely at the advantage here. They do 1 hit. We'll keep the infantry because it's just so much more likely to come up. Although, honestly, no, we'll keep an artillery. We want to be able to take 2 towns per attack. Okay. English. We get our 1 hit, which is the maximum we can do. The Dutch miss this time. But they continue fighting. Even though the capital's not here, we have more troops, so we do not retreat. That's kind of the thing. We were hoping to do enough hits early on that we would drive them under. We keep fighting. We miss. They miss. One of the annoying things about buckets of dice, you know, a CRT tends to resolve the combat. Buckets of dice just gives you round after round of rolling. It feels an inelegant means of doing things. Nothing. Yeah, we gave up our tercios, but we don't have the troops for it. And there goes the English army. Another defeat. And, yeah. Well, we'll see who the Dutch are going to attack. On to the Austrians. It's pretty simple. We seize these 2 towns. I prepared myself to wank over the board or whatever it is I do. I noticed there's some English cubes here and here that had to go away when they declared war because Dutch have a presence in both areas, and that just goes away. It's not a big deal. Those cubes aren't going to serve me any purpose anymore in the game. But I was also reflecting, and this is what was getting me towards that, was, you know, the impressive thing of the Dutch losing the naval battle, but then just schwacking the French army and then the English army, and now possibly going back for a counterattack. Let's take a look at it, because we've completed the round around, and I'm going to go down and take a break very shortly. But where is the NPR? Yeah, don't know. NPR invasion 9 and 36 is where the actual rule is going to be. How does this work? If all three of the criteria below are listed, the NPR is not an active ally. It's not. None of the areas where the NPR currently controls provinces contain units hostile to that NPR. Yep. Good on that. And finally, there's at least one eligible invasion target area adjacent to the NPR. That is also true. Wait, occupy or? No. You can occupy. So this is occupied. This is probably what's going to fall to them because they have a claim, among other things. If there are two or more eligible, they pick the NPR's capital, an area with the most of the NPR's core provinces. I think this counts as a core province now. So that would be the area that they take, and they'll, you know, it's a French vassal. It's going to fall. And I think they only do one. So half the tax value of the province is currently controlled by the NPR. That's going to be huge. Resolve a battle immediately. From that point onward, then they become black units. There's going to be just like a horde of NPR black units there, which will be problematic. Let me make sure I'm making this right. Like, I think aftermath. Once a player has won a battle against the NPR, they can siege. If the PR forces leave the area without sieging and leaving any units behind, the NPR will defend it in the same manner the next time. Whenever an NPR wins a defensive battle, the NPR units are removed from the board afterwards. Yeah. So it's not like there's a partial army there, and actually what's going to happen is the NPR and the rebel forces are going to be a combined quality or quantity there. So it's going to be almost impossible. Well, assuming, right, they're going to siege this, and there's going to be a huge force of NPR rebellion forces there, which will spread out and start, you know, liberating other things. From what I don't know, like, it's kind of weird because they're not revolutionaries at all. What they are is counter-reformed Catholics who are upset about the French Protestants, probably upset about the Danish Protestants, and fine with this stuff. It's not going to impact where they go, though. The only thing that will is unrest. Those troops from the Dutch territories will just seek to liberate things, which won't end up in Dutch hands because there's no Dutch claim on anything out there, for whatever that matters. What's a little unrealistic to me is when I look at the NPR invasion rules, they're going to get this, which is probably all they really want, right? If the French don't launch, or the English don't launch another attack on them. They're going to, they'd have a huge army. They'd be able to push further and gain other things perhaps, but they're not going to, right? They're just going to take that one area that they have claim to. You could make an argument that that makes sense, you know. And the declaration of war does not get rid of the claims. The only thing that does is if there had been a peace and they decided to expend them for reducing the unrest. So yeah, I mean, pretty damn impressive that they beat off two different armies there. So Poland is in this problematic situation. I overslept, screwed up my raid clan boss schedule for yesterday, and just horrible stuff going all around. Basically, I get so tired sometimes that I take a nap for a couple hours, and This time it went too long. I think what I'm gonna do, because I want to see. Well, I mean, the Austrians are just gonna move forward and get and take stuff. You know, I almost kind of have to fight them, but I also don't really. I'm always in favor of delay, am I not? I have a few choices here. So I have this exceptional year, which I can no longer play because my ruler is too, well, I lost an advisor, but I could pay $1 and get an advisor and get the exceptional year in play. That would give me a pile of money with which I could build a bigger army out of. I have war taxes, which is another option where I'd get an unrest and money equal to my number of deployed troops, which is 4, 5. I don't really want to be throwing 5 unrest in my towns, so. Oh no, it's gain 1 unrest. Okay, that's not quite as bad. But this will give me 9. So I think this is probably my best move. I'm gonna go along with this. Yes, I would love to change the religions of places. However, and then I play. So that's a minor action. And then I play this for my 2 cubes, and that will get rid of an unrest somewhere. No point in doing it here. Where is there a point, though? Yeah, that's sort of my only one. It's in a town or a vassal. I could take it in a vassal. Vassals are worth less. We're not going to be able to change the religion of that, and that's going to be a burden. But I just don't see, you know, let's take it here. One of my vassals gets shot, and I think I have some that are not in unrest. No, screw that. Yeah, we'll just take it here. I have another town there, so that actually is of some value. I don't want to do that. I just saw there's an event with a ton of money on it. So I take this back, I take this back. These 2 get replaced with $2. So I think where I was. And this is in rebellion. Instead, I'm going to grab for the cash. There are 2 here that have cash. This one would give me 2 admin cubes. I wouldn't do this one. It's this with its big pile of money. So we're going to pull the Constitution of Cadiz. And this is one of the few times where I've picked one, at least in the later game, where I've picked one solely for the cash. Now I have 2 choices here to hit the Spaniards with. Restore absolutism. Now, and Spain is not really a competitor, but I don't want to help them. Castile Spain gains 1 admin and 1 military and must add unrest to all their large towns. That sounds good. Triumph of liberalism. Castile Spain rejects Fernando and must disband and exhaust all land units in distant continents. They may pay 3 for constitutional monarchy. Well, we'll restore absolutism. This is a really dicky play, but they didn't have the option to prevent it because they've already played their thing. And add unrest to all their large towns on the main map. Boop, boop. See, we made Spain so rich in terms of big towns. That was the Portuguese. They're gone. Didn't see that. Now Spain has the option to pick this up. And we have a ruler in hand. We are not going to accept him. We don't have to. And now there's money on these. This produces a lot of money, and the other player who had an event is the Austrians. So it keeps the money out of their hands, and that's why it's important for me. He's pretty close to running out of options. Fuck. I have a subjugation and a development card. You could play the subjugation if I had an ally, but nobody likes me. Yeah. So I think, and by the way, I may have screwed up. So like the French here went to a vassal here. They probably could have gone to complete possession off the subjugation card that they played. I always forget that there's not a, I mean, there's just so many things, and you can read this, and it's there, annex your vassal or one tax ally, you know. Anyway, I think the Turks are out of real choices. They've got to move forward. The question is, do I plink this? You know what? I'm going to go after the big army first. I have a general. That'll be these two dice. The big army in Greece has a general, perhaps? Nope. And now we grab some dice. Except we gotta look and see what the world is like. Turkey has cannons. They have mass conscription, which is way up there, and I won't ever remember what it does. We don't have tercios anymore. We have military drill, glorious arms, which isn't going to help us, revolutionary regime, which I don't think does anything. This is how I read them, right? I scan through them, and I might miss something, but I can't read them fully every time I want to learn, you know, want to see what's going on. So I have military drill. That'll take a die away from the rebellion. And no tercios, but 1, 2, 3 hits. That's full. Military drill is kind of nice. Doesn't help me much there. However, the good thing is I get my cube back. And that's kind of the thing. As long as you're fighting actual battles and winning, you get your shit back. Rules like that, right? That, hey, I fight a battle, I get my cube back. Everything that surrounds cubes, really. But no, you win a battle, you get your cube back. That kind of necessitates that there has to be an end here that's not just the cubes, because you have essentially an infinite number of cubes for military action. Maybe. Except for the fact that win a battle, get your cubes back, or get your cube back, is kind of how Napoleon manages to make it into Russia. It would be the only way that it would allow him to do so, is to get rid of that end of turn rule, right? That timer on other people's stuff. Because everywhere else you're limited by your cubes. There's only so much you can do in a turn. It's like having a large hand of cards in a CDG, but then saying, and some do this, if someone else plays their last card or passes or whatever, you get one more play and that's it. That's really what this is like. French blow their remaining cubes to get rid of the unrest. With lots of unrest now and some new cubes is going to do a reorg or whatever. And See, throwing cards doesn't do me a damn thing, right? If I throw my cards, all I get from it is more cards that I can't play because I don't have cubes. So I'm not even going to think about it. English are out of cards. They have a reasonable number of cubes. Not a whole hell of a lot I can do with them. Exploring seems positive. Now, I could increase my stability with this. However, exploring seems like a good idea. Now, there was something. There must be something. There was something that allowed me, the trade companies here, that's for merchant trade. I don't have to trace back. Yeah. So I think the only way I can do anything here, no, I can't. Because I gathered my whole fleet, and I'm allowed to move one ship with the exploration action, if I recall correctly. Of course, I have a lot of military cubes and only one diplomatic cube, so I might be able to fiddle around differently. Let's look this up again, because we can't remember. Of course, our brain is not what it used to be, that's for sure. If you have this, you may move one light ship into a sea zone on one of the distant continents, so you can't even do it. So yeah, so I could play... my speed is only 2, which in 15 years, I don't know. I just don't want to go into this. I could move a ship to here. That would put me in range to explore here or here. But I could do an explore here and go into there without needing anything, strangely enough. Because overland exploration works differently. Is that the best I can do? I'm giving up a stability to do that. I think the answer is... Oh no, I'm not giving up a stability. All right, let's spend 2 cubes. I can't move my ship here. Much as I would love to. What I'd like to do is... But I could move it somewhere else. I could move it to the rest of the world. So I'll put a ship here. 1, 2. It doesn't really help. And I will explore. Let's see how it's worded. Because I think I can explore anywhere on the world. Of course, there's only one place I could find. I get a 1. Discover a territory matching that number or a distant area with an NPR province, a town, or a vassal. Now, so I could get a claim somewhere. I have tons of claims. So notably, this is a 3, and I did not get a 3. This doesn't connect, so I can't go there. What did I roll? A 1. Is there a claim I don't need? I mean, there are tons of claims I don't need. None of this is going to fucking help. That's the net effect. So I'm just not going to place one. Okay, that's the English turn. They failed, but now I have my 2 cubes, or I could spend to move this here and do another exploration. And I still wouldn't be hooked up. I still couldn't colonize or anything. I mean, that's the one thing. If I had found something, I could have set it up so that I could colonize. I don't think I can do that anymore. I do have an area under unrest, so yeah. Austria could move to conquer the heart of Poland, but I may not care that much about that. I think instead I will move into here. That is one of my places in Austrian Galicia, Localopedia, that I want to own. Now, I have a complicated situation here, right? Because half of me wants to get this completed where I own or vassalize those provinces, and half of me, PRs only score P for areas in which they have no core provinces at the start of the game, wants to take stuff here. But you know what? And that would involve me actually conquering the things, I think. I'm not sure the victory points. End of turn, uh, uh, something or other. Something or other. What do they call power something? Power plays, power struggles. Where are they? Power struggles. So, how do you get the points for them? Scoring, they will be scored in income and upkeep. You get it for tax provinces of provinces you control there, not own. Control. So if I occupy all of the heart of Poland, I would get more points for the Napoleonic Wars, whereas if I simply take some of these provinces, I would get good points, but not as much. Yeah. Oh. I think it's worth taking things because there's this big 6 point, if I can take enough to give me Austrian Galicia. Uh, and Mazovia and Masko is involved in that. So I get the feeling we're seeing something like a partition of Poland here actually happening, right? This might be the Russians coming in. This is the Austrians. Uh, I don't know. But if it is a partition, it's the first one because Poland has not been losing territory. So, yeah, I did my Austrians. I'm good. There's no fighting. That's not an NPR. If it was, I'd get my ass kicked. If there was an NPR of that kind of size, I mean, we saw what the Dutch were able to do to the French and English armies. They were able to raise an army as big as any nation state could possibly really raise. I mean, okay, look, yeah, you have 20. You could put a 20-point army out there. But little tiny Netherlands was able to raise as big an army as both France and Spain were able to raise. Of course, they're economically not in great shape. They're not horrible. They're not in great shape. At least not horrible for this game. But yeah, the miners, you can't face them. That's very true to the original EU. You did not want to fuck with the original Poland, right? Like it was so big and had three armies. Most miners don't have that kind of army size. You don't want to screw with Russia before it's a player. You don't want to screw with any country that can put a decent amount of armies out there, uh, because they don't have to pay a price to put them out. Now, it's possible that a late game major power, a Spain or a France, could actually put out a pretty serious force. Well, France really. Spain's armies decline after a certain point, just like Turkey's do. France is probably the only steady player, like the only player in the grand campaign of the original game that had a huge army that could probably beat Poland. Sweden's army isn't that big. Brandenburg's army, or Prussia's army, isn't that big. So yeah. But yeah, the Dutch has their own little power. Austria is the other one you don't want to fuck with in the original game. Austria is another minor power, essentially. Hungary, you would think would be, because it's kind of big, but it only has like one army, which means you can beat it. It's things with player capacity armies that you really don't want to fuck with. And Poland is really the only minor. Austria is a player, but Poland is the only minor that isn't a player ever in the game that has such an army, and it's also really big. So it has a huge tax base, so it gets a big roll. Austria does as well, and ends up being able to field a big army that most countries can't field in that game. Even a France can sometimes have trouble doing so. Anyway. Wow, we're babbling off the board on stuff like this, but whatever. Okay, I gotta go. Really winding down, but there are a lot of cubes out there generated by that one event that are appealing to me. That one event that was appealing to me. I really liked what it did, even though it lengthened the game. There's no way I'm going to finish today before I go dancing. I might be able to get it done Sunday. In part because today, damn it, it's like overcast and everything, and it's 60 degrees or whatever, but I'm feeling cold, so I'm wearing a hoodie and whatnot, and I'm also, I don't know, whatever happened, maybe the change in the weather or something, I just feel like sleeping all the time. It's a depression type thing too, but whatever. So, what's up with the Poles? Poles still have 2 admin. They wanted to do something about that. I don't remember which. I could play the exceptional year, get more cash, or I could build up my army right now and do the religious increases. I do actually have some cash now after doing that event. At 19 bucks, that's a pretty good amount. So I'm going to spend a military cube. I get 2 free infantry. No reason to build anything else with it. And 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. I don't know if I have 19 actually. I may have counted that as a 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 10. Let's go down to 2, 4, 6, 8. Let's go to 10. Leave me a few extra military, but get me a big enough army that I feel like the odds are really in my favor. I don't have an extra artillery, but that's okay. My leader's got cav bonus. So, and now I feel like I've actually got a good use for that leader. Now I'll push this on. That means I'm going to probably use my admin capabilities since I saved the exceptional year instead of dealing with unrest to deal with religious issues. Turkey, the situation looks even worse than it did earlier against Poland. They've just built up a big army. Screw that, man. I'm going to spend my cube, probably get it back, and march here into this. We could have wandered around, but then we want to see the Poles force themselves up towards the Austrians more. And right now, we just feel like we'd take the brunt of the Polish attack if we go to war. this should be pretty easy. A hit, but we were of course successful, so we get our cube back, and the progress of the, fuck, almost spilled my tea. By hitting the lighter, just confusing me. The progress of the military campaign can continue, and that is the one thing. If everybody's willing to continue with the military campaign, and especially maybe if they don't have to spend a lot of cubes on sieges and stuff, it can go on for quite a while. France, looks like they're tapped out, man. I guess it's time to pass. I'll have enough money to maybe get rid of, yeah, I'll be able to get rid of one of these. Remember, these cost 9 to recover from because I got the central bank, but I'll get 5 from my pass. Spain got schwacked by an event. However, I got 2 cubes. I can recover from some of that. This one and which other one? This is not core. These guys are. So, whoa, that's awesome. Didn't think I could do that. We'll just drop those in there. That means Spain is ready to pass. France has just passed. Regardless of how many cubes people have, you know, okay, if Austria, Poland, and Turkey keep it alive, they can keep it alive forever, but Poland only has 3 cubes. I don't know how long they can go forward, which means that things like Austria are really going to want to do their sieges, grab their stuff. Of course, I have to get here. That's the important one. And in fact, so is Prussia. Sees a possibility shifting down here into here. No, we won't be able to colonize. I was going to say I could shift this cube over. All right. Get rid of an unrest. That's the best we can do. It could play to delay. They could get a bunch of cubes off the Industrial Revolution card, 2 of them. That would give me the capability then to improve my stability, I think. I think it's 4. No, it's 5. I could convert an area for 4. Well, I could convert an area for 2. Sorry, and it cost me money. There would be some money on there. Is there something I want to convert? And I got some revolutionary areas I'd like to get out of my hands. No question of that. And I don't have anything else which allows me to do it. The main reason here being that I kind of want to delay, but I also kind of want to conquer stuff. And I delay too much, I won't gain anything from the war effort. So fuck that, man. So we will take... Oh! I think we might add stuff to the HRE here. Bohemia we can't add, but we could add this. Getting all of it would be a big deal. Sieges can be done quickly in one area, and that hits the Poles with 2 of these, and now I have to come up with 2 more from other places. Some of these cubes aren't really doing me a hell of a lot of good. This one, for example, I assume these are together. We'll get those 2 cubes and put them there. There's a cube limit in the game. I don't know, you know, otherwise I have to look up and see, hey, which one of these do I need? I think I need all of them. I could probably get rid of some of this shit, though, that I don't need. But I don't need that either, right? Damn hard call for Poland. I've got to hit some of these rebels, some of these Lithuanian rebels. There's no question of that. But whether to focus on them first or more or something, they're weaker, but they're going to do some damage. Or on the Austrians, I think I've got to go for the Austrians. I really just think I do. And then I work my way across. But the thing is, I could be completely unsuccessful against the Austrians. I could lose the battle against them, and then I would suffer the depredations of the Austrian army taking whatever it can, and all this still being extant. Whereas if I focus on the rebels first, I can, I'll lose territory to the Austrians. There's no question of that. And I will lose points to them, but I might lose less points than taking the crap shot. And I'm in the lead right now, right? I've got to play kind of conservatively, but I don't think I really can. I think I have to march towards the Austrians. And obviously, with the timer there, I can't spend any effort on trying to, get rid of some of my religious problems or unrest or stability or anything like that. I've got to fight the war. And the war will not be fought out anywhere near as completely, I think. It's hard to tell because usually the battles are decisive because the cost for retreat is so high. You're already losing, what can you afford? But this might be one of those conditions where the Austrians could fall back from a losing proposition and force the Poles into the same decision again where they might go after the rebels even though they have an advantage over the Austrians. So it might be worth spending a point. Just like, or maybe even more especially if the Turks join in. Okay. So what do we got here? We've got our Polish army has a couple of orange dice going for it. Poles don't have anything interesting. They have cannons and mass conscription. That's it. Okay. There's no chance for a leader present on these rebels. So we fight them and we hit them sufficiently. They still get 3 dice and they do nothing. Well, that's awesome. And I get my Polish cube back for winning the battle. And it's time for Turkey to declare war on the Poles. That cost me a cube. I'm not in any Turkish areas. I lose these cubes. I'm not in any position where there's an automatic fight happening. So I march into here. That doesn't actually do anything, but I can capture the towns for a couple of cubes with my big cannons, gain something. That's what I really want. Yes, I would rather delay longer, but I've got no opportunity to do so. France has already passed. Spain is ready to pass. And they too will pay off debts. Nobody's throwing advisors down because they don't mean shit anymore. For the English, Spain did their pass. They paid off almost all their debt, which is pretty cool. I don't have much. These 2 admin cubes are not enough to get me a stability point, right? That's 5. Yeah. So it would come out to 3. I could reorganize and bring it to there. The other option would be, are there any rebellions? Well, could I do anything with a dip, with 2 dip points? I don't think so. I could move a dip point over here and then do another exploration. I'm not going to get anything off that exploration if I do that. I could do trade of dip points and get cash for them. That might be of some value. If I had an army somewhere that was within, and had shipping set up and everything, I could maybe prevent the Portuguese, the remainder of Portugal from leaving the country. But I don't have the power to do that. I'm sort of left with nothing. I think my best move, so one move would be to pass, and that might hinder somebody's gains here, but I'm not sure who. I'm guessing Austria, really, and Turkey. But I think my best move is actually to go for the trade. I got no cards. I got no nothing. to the Austrians. Increased stability, I don't have enough cubes for, barely. I don't really have the cash to do that. I can reallocate if need be. Sounds good if that's going to be where I am. Question is, do I move up here and fight these? Same kind of situation that the Poles had. Do I fight those rebels up there and take these couple little Baltic ports, which, you know, if I was trying to optimize, that would be the best move. I think, though, I move up here. I've got to fight the Polish army when it gives me a chance. I will take what I can from them. Which is probably going to be everything but the capital. I keep forgetting, there's an event over there that would give me more cubes. If I want to delay, but I don't really want to delay. I want to fight this battle and I want to win it. Anyway, I think I've got enough oomph to go for another battle. Or to go for another round. Which seems shocking to me, right? Here come the Poles. Big battle. We got military reforms where we could gain 4 battle dice. That's not a bad choice. Austrians. For a big cost in money, I could throw a whole bunch more troops on the board. 3. Not going to do it. Okay. So the Poles gained what? 3 battle dice? 4 battle dice. Oh, of choice. Oh. Harsh. Oh. See what we're going to do. I could grab more if need be. 3 dice plus 2. That's my base. I get 4 more. I think 1. So I got some artillery. No. 1, 2, 3. 4. It's more dice than I can really use. My army's just, you know, it's a big army for this game, but it's not big enough to qualify this many dice. It's a huge amount. First of all, we do manage to kill the Austrian general. He's still in play, but... Okay. Wait a minute. I'm sorry. I have the Royal General in play there. I think I must have replaced this guy with the Royal and just didn't pull the card. Because I really don't think I wanted that orange. Anyway. So we take a casualty on the king instead. But how many losses? Poles do not have tercios. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Do I have 6 armies? Yes. And a cav. I do a total of 7 hits on the Austrian army. I can rebuild quicker. I'm going to take a casualty from this. If I retreat, which, unless I get one hell of a roll, I suspect I'll be retreating. So I get 3 dice, plus my king gives me 2 dice, and that's it. And you can see with a big battle, something like tactics can be a huge effect. it's not going to be an effect on smaller battles. You've got to have one of these game-changing fights. All right, that's 6, 7 hits, a casualty, and a kill of Stanislaw II. Well, this was pretty hefty too. Take the Allies 4, 5, 6. Cav is more valuable. Okay, so these go here, so I don't do anything stupid. I think somebody actually ended up losing some troops. The English, I think, have more troops, or maybe, I don't know, maybe the French. Yeah, see, the French have casualties over there. I'm not sure that they should, but it doesn't really make a difference. And for the Austrians, their entire infantry force is over here. Now, mass conscription everybody has, which means that they can replenish more forces than otherwise. And I don't think revolutionary regime comes with anything of its own. Okay. It's just the mass conscription. So here's the thing. That's what the Prussians really did. They instituted mass conscription without a revolutionary regime, essentially. But the impact of mass conscription, and I don't know if it has an immediate effect that's particularly nasty. You lose the stability unless you have a revolutionary regime. Yeah. The impact of doing that should start causing a revolutionary regime almost. And I guess that works. Okay, so now we're sitting here. The Poles could actually fire off another one of these. Austria could run away, lose a cav. And build up more. I think that's the best choice. Now let's check the retreat rolls, because the Poles have a bunch of cav. I don't know if retreat is impacted with that. A lot of games have that. You know, these sort of lighter games where if you outnumber the enemy with cav, they can't retreat or they pay a higher penalty or something like that. So let's make sure. Yeah, I don't see any impact of cav on retreat, which feels a little weird. Again, do I want to retreat or do I want to fight? I mean, if I fight another round, the Poles can whack me with this again. However, they can whack me with that again no matter what. I'll pull back. I lose my cav. The Poles did the advance here, so they get their cube back. They've won a massive battle against the Austrians. I think it's of vital importance. Well, so here's the thing. I have 2-1 on the Austrians. I can force the peace if the Austrians don't build up an army. Unless, of course, I fritter away my army fighting the rebels. So it's kind of a mixed bag there. And Austria can start the process of ending the war if we're losing it, if we so desire. Right now, though, we're losing it, and we might be able to get ourselves in a position where we're not losing the war. We'll be able to pull a fair amount of troops from here. That's 5 if we wanted them. That 5 would cost me 10 plus a military cube, whereas here I can get 3 for a cost of 7 plus a military cube. Can't do them to, oh wait, this is a minor action, isn't it? Yeah, but it's the cubes kind of that are the issue. But I could get myself some mercenaries. 3 mercenaries would normally cost me 12 bucks. So I'm basically trading a cube for 5 bucks, however you want to look at that. Turkey. Hey, hey there, Poland. So now I'm at 6 armies, Poland's at 6. We'll spend 2 cubes and seize this. One thing I don't mind about the cubes, I really want to point this out because I harsh on the cubes so much for so many things, and there would be other ways of handling this, but this feels kind of right. Poland has lost so many cities. Look at all the cubes they had to spend. Those pull out of their diplomatic positioning. What does that really mean? I'm not sure. It's diplomatic influence. So, see, what it would feel like it would do is reduce the chances of someone joining in the war. But there's no such mechanism in this game. There really isn't. So miners are not going to be, even though it's a 15, 20-year period for each turn, miners aren't going to be slowly trickling into the war in and out, as they historically tended to do. So this doesn't impact that, but it feels right that their chances of doing so, even if they have no chance, is being reduced. So you can kind of look at it as I kind of see something that's happening there that I like, but it doesn't relate, it doesn't actually have anything to do with the game itself, right? And a somewhat weaker position is, look, you know, with the country partially conquered, the other choice to take cubes away is down here. You'd be able to strip cubes from these sort of institutions. And that kind of does make sense. The dislocation and chaos of a war would do that. I got to swap batteries. For the cubes coming off here to really make sense due to war losses, because I've got to fill this out, you'd have to be gaining cubes due to war successes. That would indicate sort of the willingness of small countries to, and the cubes would have to mean something too, right? They'd have to mean something during the war. The willingness of the country to sort of shift towards entering the war in favor of the alliance that they're sort of tilting towards anyway. But yeah, there's nothing like that going on. The French are passing, but we got the Spaniards. Did they pass? Spaniards passed. Okay, we got to just reach all the way over here and bring this over to the English. What the hell are the English up to, man? What did they decide? They shifted to diplomacy. Why? To do trade actions and try to cut their debt down. Okay, I got a couple of North America trade action ones. This is interesting. Look at this one first. Hudson Bay counts double, even though this is not conquered yet. It's going to be. But so that would give me 2. Canada, no. I mean, all I have is Hudson Bay. So I would have 2, 3, 4, which would get me up to here. Spain, it's going to be Canada and New England, I guess. That's Virginia. Spain looks like they would get nothing there. They would have 2. They're the only one competing. So I would get here and I would get onto this track with 6 bucks. That's not too bad. Over here, I first thought Saxony because, hey, I should have something over there. But nah, Hanover doesn't exist here. But there's another North America, which is Virginia, Great Lakes, and Canada. I'm going to get less on that. But if I get enough, it's still possibly worth something. Looks to me like I get 2. Okay, so I don't do that one. I do this one. And we calculate this out. The Spanish are lower than me. They're going to drop down to the 0. But the English have to shift a boat in order to connect this. They get one of those for free. They pull their second merchant over, and they get it looks to me $6. Austria spends $10. Oh, by the way, conquering also takes your cubes away. So success in battle actually will take away your cubes. Now, you could make a mixed statement about that. And also with decreasing of the institutions. Institutions are put under strain under war no matter what. And although I feel like the loser is under more strain, but conquering does take up cubes, so it would be possible. I'm just not facing it because I have a lot of cubes in here. So again, you know, it actually has no effect. It's just this mass weirdness that's cubes that's the issue. It's impossible to do anything. Anyway, I spent a cube, took myself up to maximal debt, and built as much of an army as I can. I got nothing left. This would not make sense because I used up all my money to make regular infantry anyway. That pushes me back over. And wow, I'm like kind of rocking here. In terms of actually playing. What the fuck? What's wrong with me, man? Shouldn't I be in a rant or going downstairs? Yeah, I got a nice nap and I had a good amount of sleep today. Raid, best action I can do is not do anything. I could read, but I'm like energized right now. So, let's check our T to see if we have an excuse. We have an excuse to stop. Notice the pacing in my videos. The tail end of turns always seems to go quicker. I still fill up a lot of video, but I come up and play more. And there's a solid reason for that I'm beginning to realize. Some of it is the, I'm almost at the end of the turn, you know, I can do this. Some kind of sort of psychological desire to get to the next stopping point or whatever, knowing that I'm not that far. But I think the bigger part is that the big decisions have been made, the hard calls have been made, there's very few choices left, and in a turn like this, we're on the military opportunities for the most part. The only players who are left, let's see, 3 of them are engaged in war. The final one is just trying to piddle out squeeze out the last little bits of power that they have in the couple of cubes they have. So they're not that hard either. But, you know, now compare that to the old EU. The old EU, all the hard decisions were in that early part of the turn. An early part of the turn that I was often kind of excited to get to because I'm making the big decisions and I'm making them all at once for each country as opposed to scattered out throughout. So for my psychology, it's better to be dealing with that sort of spreadsheet phase. But then I push through the military phase, and it's actually less exciting in a lot of ways, but it's sort of mechanical. It's on automatic. I could push through that relatively easily. In fact, because I'd have to do 6 countries' spreadsheets, and then several turns of the military phase, it was actually inverted. I would tend to do those economic phases. So it's not that I'm, you know, more gung-ho about the military, but in this version of the game, I am more gung-ho about the military because it's playable. As opposed to the old version where the spreadsheet phase actually excited me more. Doing all the economic stuff, setting up the colonies and everything. I really liked that aspect of the game. I felt like the military was just sort of okay, well, now let's see what happens, right? And I would actually slow down during the military phases of the game. I would push my way through those economic phases, usually get them all done in a day, and it would take me about a day to get through all of the military phases of the game. If that was the right breakdown in terms of my total excitement of play at the time. Clearly, you know, there were times when I would push out a couple of turns at once, mainly ones where there wasn't much military going on, and I was busy doing the part that I enjoyed. So, you know, the big disappointment here is this spreading out in a pulsed functionality where I have to make those decisions repeatedly. And it really kind of tires on me. The ease of making decisions towards the end of the turn makes me realize, yeah, you know, at least I'll get to see the picture at the end of the turn, right? That's sort of the thing that used to drag me through the old EU. Well, at least I'll get to see what happens during the peace phase. You know, I'll get to see that picture at the end of the turn. But there's no good part, right? There's no planning phase. There's just this horrible pulsed, you know, and dealing with cubes and trying to constantly weigh out, you know, what I can afford and what I can't, again and again and again, right? It's not all consolidated into one period where I can figure that all out, which might be more reasonable, which might not. Doesn't really matter. I'm just looking at, you know, the psychological and fun value acceptance for me of this game versus the other. And I think this one falls far short because, for the very reason that CDGs kind of fall short of non-CDG type games. Rebirth of the Austrian army. An Austrian general available. The Poles have nothing. Shitty town. They lost their king on an interregnum. Won't be able to do anything about it. I'm in an ugly place. I could pass. If I pass, only one more person has to pass. But in that time, the Austrians could make a march up here and take this over, or march into here and fight me, maybe at an advantage. I've got some chance of winning that fight. The Turks could move forward and take a territory, right? I pass now. Let's see. If I pass now, and it may be my best option, I pass now, I get some bucks, whatever, doesn't matter. Turkey does not pass. Turkey's got things to do. France is already passed. Spain is already passed. Would England pass? That's the question. Because if England passes, Austria only gets one more action. They can't do anything of value with one action. They will not conquer any cities, unless they happen to have the siege assault card or whatever, which they do not, but I don't know that. But it all weighs on looking at the English position and saying, do you have anything to do? Now, I could ask the English, look, I'm going to lose a lot of ground this turn. Maybe the best thing you can do is to pass. If you're willing to pass, I will pass now. And you can make that kind of table talk as far as I can see in the game. I've certainly been allowing it. So I guess Poland's going to ask England, and England has to make the decision. Are they going to pass? Do they have something they can do? They've shifted a cube. I don't see a damn thing they can do except another trade action. They don't have a merchant, so they're going to say, I am going to pass. Which means Poland can reduce the damage that both Turkey and Austria do to them. I also have a big enough army that I'm not being forced to surrender. Now, that may be the one thing that Austria wants to do, is march in and defeat the Polish army. That would give both Austria and Turkey some points. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Where's the glory of arms? Glorious arms. Only Turkey has it. Okay. Good enough. I was wondering, wait a minute. Austria lost the battle. Poland would have gotten some points off that if they had it. But they do not. So, I think the best move, even though it means losing all of this Lithuanian territory, I mean, what are my other options? I'm going to come in third no matter what, I think. I think that's the problem I'm going to face here. But I'm going to be in worse position if I do not pass. Yeah. So pass we will. And that gets us, I think, enough money to pay off one debt. We're also going to be in an interregnum. You know, It's just a matter of what's the worst, you know, what can we gain at this point? Does continuing the war do me anything? And that'll put interesting options, because now England has explicitly stated, yeah, I'm going to be passing. So Turkey knows, Turkey and Austria, well, Austria's going to know anyway. No, Turkey has an advantage though. Turkey goes before England passes. I did not stop Turkey. I did not. So, Turkey could take Transylvania. Probably not as pleasant. Is that Catholic? Diverse faiths. Yeah. I don't know. But I could take Moldavia. I could take a couple of places in Moldavia, which seems worth it. I have 2 cannons. Yeah. I'll be able to take 2 things. I won't be able to shift my cube over. Pity. But we'll move in. Spain has passed. We're over to England. England said they're going to pass. We'll believe them. They get 1 more buck. And clear this. Notably, Austria's got a bit of a problem as we shift over to them. Austria, obviously, this is my last action. I could take my event as my last action, but then I don't get my event, right? Like, I don't get any benefit off the event. So screw that. Don't want to do that. Screw it, I don't want to do it. I got this. I got 2 admin cubes. I got some military cubes. I could settle some of the unrest that I'm facing. I don't have enough money to do anything else, like to change religion or anything. I think my best move is to drop 3 of these. I've got a claim there, so I can get rid of the unrest there. So I will get rid of the unrest in these areas. I don't know if I can do this, to be honest, but we have been doing it all game, every now and then. And there we go with that. Is there something lesser I could do? Not really. I mean, I can't even, I can't go invade one of these Polish allies and take it out or anything. So I'm not going to get any of the Napoleonic War bonuses that I wanted to get out of the war. Of course, Poland may be in trouble. Poland passed. Turkey gets 1 more turn. Their cost for that turn is 1 cube. Lets me take 2 areas. We're interested in the Black Sea Fleet, but we're more interested in depriving Poland of their own territory rather than taking territory from their... 2 more cubes gotta go, man. 2 more cubes. Well, we're not going to be able to use these, that's for sure. 2 more cubes go to the Poles. Great. And that's the Turks. We swing around back to the English. They already passed. We swing around back to the Austrians. They have already gotten their turn after the last pass. They've got 1 thing they can do, which is pick an event. Oh, and pay money. So, what do the events give me? 3 admin, close. Oh, I could have... No, I didn't meet the requirements. So I don't have large ports on the main map. I don't have any distant provinces. I have nothing going for me. I fail at all of them. Okay, so I could pick this to get the more money and 2 admin cubes, which are worth, as far as I know, nothing. And control of all of this. Or, the English could end up getting some exploration. Not going to do that for them. I could end up getting a peace cube, which is worthless, and get some free actions. Not going to do that. So we're going to do this one. My pence are falling down. That gives me some cash. Not enough to pay off a debt, unfortunately. So let's look at it. You may pay to research industrial evolution. No. And then take a free trade. No. We don't meet any of the requirements, so we gain 2 admin cubes. Totally worthless. Would have been useful earlier in the game, but it's not now. But now we control all of these. By the way, the game is essentially over at this point. We're just playing out some mechanical aspects that will occur. Native uprising. Each player loses 1 from their colonial pool and gains an unrest in a distant area. You may choose to ignore one of these 2. Austria has none of them. So we go through. Poland has nothing. Turkey. I could have pulled these cubes. I don't know if Turkey wasn't short on cubes. Turkey loses 1. France loses a cube. Doesn't matter, right? And we don't really care. See, this would become its own little country if it falls. I think. I don't know. It might just become, I think it becomes a rebellion. I think the only way it becomes a country is over there. So yeah, we'd rather lose something entirely than have it under one of these little rebellion markers, because rebellion markers cost us victory points. Losing the country, we lose the points for the country either way. Spain. We'll similarly pick that one for that reason. England. I don't know what I care about these cubes. England only has 1. There goes Guyana. Okay. Second one, what are the colors here? Blue and pink. Well, not a lot of choice. That is the Mamluks, or sorry, not the Mamluks, the Persians, who we'll take that. And the Danes, who could conceivably expand somewhere. I don't know where, I don't know why, I don't know what they care about. We're basically out of counters. I'm going to have to fucking dig a counter, so I'm going to use an orange one for them. I'm going to have them gain, I don't care. This is Austria who's picking this. Honestly, pretend that's pink. I'm going to have them take something that's obnoxious to other people, I guess. I don't know. We'll have them take South Sumatra. The Danes in the Far East. They've become quite powerful. There's no way for them to switch to Sweden, and I don't know. It really kind of doesn't matter. Okay. What were the restrictions there? Was I doing this right? Facing any main map seas? Yeah. I just wanted to make sure the North Sea was available. It really should be because the Swedes had a bit of a colony at one point. A cardinal dies. Cardinals have like lost all their value, and now a king dies, or a leadership death happens, and that is squares. That's these two. Doesn't matter, right? But if an actual king dies and there's no replacement, then, I say, speaking as slowly as I possibly can, then what happens is you have an interregnum, and that's going to be a victory point cost. Uh-oh. Austrians got a king. Austrians do not have a king. Boom. They get hurt. That's not a person. Got a couple of illnesses or aging markers for the English. And that's that. This was King Robert of Poland. And that is the end of that. That puts us here. England gets the opportunity to take George III. Now, I think there's actually a cost to this. I seem to remember that there is. It would be stupid for me to pay it if it had any impact whatsoever. I don't know where it is. You know, I'm looking up something that honestly has no impact on the game. I could just ignore him. But I'm curious. This kind of thing happens to me. So let's take a look. See if we can find it. There we go. Okay, it's not there. Here, the remaining event will not take event. The player associated with the event can pay 2 admin to appoint the ruler on the card, which I do not have. So George III can't take the throne. Instead, we still have King Curtis the First, man. I don't know why he talks that way. He just does. Okay. And now, we are at the peace and rebels phase. And that's a good time for me to take a break. You know, I've done all the exciting stuff. Now I'm on to, hey, let's do some mechanical aspects. And I think I'm getting kind of close to when I have to play some raid before I go out dancing. All right, here we are on Sunday. Saturday I recovered, and I have this stupid damn jury duty tomorrow. I need to check the website because there's a possibility I might not have to go or whatever. But, you know, this kind of thing is just paralyzing in terms of like, it's not as bad as taxes, but it does really impact me. Any kind of break in my routine, no matter how pathetic my routine is. I start looking at things, and you know, some of this is probably not important at all. So, like, remove all casus belli and truce tokens. A player removing a casus belli loses 2 points. Well, nobody's got a casus belli right now, but there are a lot of truces out there to pull off. And there's kind of this question of, you know, should I be following the standard procedure, or can I just skip the things that don't matter? So, like these truces, nobody's going to go to war before the end of the game. And there's, you know, so there's kind of no reason to remove these. But on the other hand, there's just one. Is that true? I guess there's just the one war. Well, we can remove one. If I had to remove a whole bunch, that would suck. kind of sucks outside of the game. I injured my ankle a little before the pandemic started, and it's never really recovered. And dancing regularly hurts it, but it's pretty bad today. Hobbling around. NPR invasions. Okay. I think the only NPR war we have. Well, let's see. Is it maybe that those, well, see, actives wouldn't, right? God, I'm having trouble here. It's been NPR invasions. An NPR is war with major power realms. The players may face an invasion. All three. The NPR is not an active ally of a PR. Okay. So that drops us down to the Dutch. None of the areas where the NPR currently controls provinces contain units hostile to the NPR. True. There's at least one eligible invasion target adjacent to the NPR. The target must contain one of these. Areas are ineligible if they're adjacent by sea only. Areas are ineligible if they contain units that belong to a PR which is not at war with the NPR. Which is really weird. It's like the NPR is not willing to, move into an area like this, but this is not there. So I believe this is qualifying. Obviously, this would be too. So let's see what happens. If there are two or more eligible areas, the NPR's own capital, an area with most of the NPR's core provinces, that'll be this area. An area adjacent. Oh, is this? No, this is just outside the empire. It's not in that area. Okay. In the selected area, add unrest to two of these belonging to players at war. Place NPR units there equal to half the tax value of the provinces currently controlled by the NPR. Count their vassals. Resolve the battle immediately if there are any military units. Okay. So, this doesn't... Oh, I can't pick this. There's that. Okay. So I can't pick the capital area, which means NPR areas is going to be 0. I mean, this is one of the problems. Saying over there might be plausible. I didn't realize how this was going to work. I never do, because again, it doesn't feel like it represents any reality. It's this cookbook type, list of things you do, and it just doesn't sink in because, I thought this would fall. That makes sense that that would fall. In fact, it makes sense that it would fall. Place NPR units there. It would. Equal to half the tax values currently controlled by that NPR. Resolve battle immediately. So this is really pissing me off. The target area must contain this. Areas are eligible if they're adjacent. Areas are ineligible if they contain units. Okay, units. No problem. All right, so half my size, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think like five rebel armies show up there. And they will indeed capture what's there. Now, for most NPRs, that capture, let's just put these there. I mean, the game's not going to stay in this state for very long. Because the thing is, now we hit the rebel siege or move. There's 5 or more there. This is captured. The French lose it, which is what I thought should happen. But if there was a Spanish army in that area, it would somehow protect the French from losing their thing. Now we look at the others. For each area with both core provinces, place a rebel town, non-core province. Okay, so we do as many sieges as we can in each area. And what does that mean? That means Poland falls apart. So I'm going to actually work my way left to right. You shouldn't do this, but both of these are Lithuanian. This is obnoxious. 3 of these are. Look at that. 3 of these are. And this is not an unbelievable situation, but it's really painful that it's happening right now. I think that royal marriage stays. And then the final is over here. 2 of these are. This has to be bumped into somewhere. And those also lose. And, you know, we're just seeing Poland has just collapsed. Now, when these happen, I think these allow claims. I forget that. A CB token on the new province owner. Okay. So we must place one, and we don't have them. So here, that's a core. Here, there's a CB. Okay, we must place a CB here. But now, here's what's interesting. I could actually place that CB over to here, if I so desired. And that, actually, I'll do it in this order. I'll place it here first and then here, because I really don't want to go to war with something as big as Lithuania. But it doesn't matter. This is outside of the scope of play. But I don't want multiple CBs out there. They're actually a disadvantage. Now, I probably would have wanted to try to arrange it like this had a claim. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe keep my claim over there. Where did I take my claim from? I took my claim from here. So I could have ended up with this situation where I keep the claim and the CB. That doesn't really help me. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, none of it matters because it's going to be scored later. Over here, the Turks will lose this. There's no cost to any of this. This one. This has 2. It's going to take the Austrian Milan away because that's the more valuable location. So it actually has precedence. Okay. Now, ideally I should have been doing it by size completely, but that's hard to do and catch everything correctly. So now we're going to go down here. That's these 2 English, a 3rd English. This is going to create a new country. Now the Portuguese aren't showing up as a dynamic. Does any of this matter? Sure. We'll put this here. And I think we get another new country up there. Orange. Who's orange? Orange is the Dutch. Why do they not have the right number? I don't want a Dutch one here. You could make an argument that this would be U.S. territory or something. You know, that it would conjoin, but it's not supported in the rules. So there go all of the English vassal of Portugal. And some of it actually, this gets to stay as Portugal. This does not get a marker. But this should. This is where I was intending to put it. That's what's going on. Okay. You could make an argument that like this and this should be connected too. Hard to accept though, that one. All right, so that's this part, the rebel siege or move, peace resolution. Okay, we have automatic white peace between the Dutch, English, and French. And that's going to cost them something. And I need my pipe or something. I'm fucking starving. Put some new truce markers out there for them. And England and France each lose 1 point. Now, we also have a big complicated war between, well, 2 wars between Austria and Poland and between Poland and Turkey. And how do we deal with these? I think the Poles are the first player, so they have to go first here, I'm guessing. And do we have a partial victory? That would be 2-to-1 land units. The Turks have 6 land units. 7. Somebody kicking around there for no good reason. The Poles have 6 land units. The Austrians have 7 land units. Nobody has the kind of points to force a peace. What does that mean? That's a good question. Because at a later stage, all of these are going to cost the Poles points if they don't give up some of the stuff. So what we may be looking at is negotiated peace so that Poland can keep some of their points, so that they don't get hit as hard. So here's the hard point, is how many points am I going to lose for having occupied areas in relation to, so I lose those points in relation to both sides. So Poland is in a really, really bad position right now, looking at both Austria and Turkey. And they would get beaten. I think there's almost no question about that, if they allow the war to remain. If they don't allow the war to remain, if they grant some sort of peace, well, what they want to do is not lose that much of the relative points. So each territory that I give to Austria is going to be worth victory points to the Austrians. Now, I keep trying to avoid the end of game stuff, but it's equal to the current tax income. But there's a penalty somewhere, isn't there? Subtract 1 for the tax value of each. Okay, so I'm going to take losses for occupied areas, for being at war. Okay, that evens out. And for the occupied areas down here in the bottom. So in a sense, I'm going to be losing 2 points for each tax value here. Whereas if I give that to the Austrians, relative to what the Austrians have, they will be gaining, I think, only 1 per. Here. So, sort of a priori, it's worth it for me to just surrender everything. The question, of course, is, can I get some kind of deal out of that somehow? Is there something I can get? Can I keep some of my stuff? What kind of negotiations is there? Because at the default, sure, I can surrender everything and I end up ahead in victory points, but I'm going to be in 3rd place if I do that. So the question is, can I work out a deal that's worth it? I really need to eat. I'm going to pause here, wherever the fuck I am. I know I'm in the midst of making a decision, but I can't help myself. Okay, a little bit better fed, and did some other things as well. I don't think I have to report on every time I use the bathroom, but who knows? Anyway, the question of the Polish surrenders. So, like I say, Austria is sitting in a position, Turkey's sitting in a position where they could just say, well, you know, you lose more if you don't give me anything than otherwise. However, Austria and Turkey are probably fighting with one another for the win because Poland is going to be so badly sunk. So the question comes down to how much do I have to offer to get Poland to accept, right? Because if Poland's looking straight out at their own interests, they want to surrender fully to both. And essentially give, let's go back to the surrender thing, essentially give the keep current board state to both of them. I mean, they gain as much from that as they gain from, you know, they come out ahead by giving up their territory, by allowing this partition. And honestly, given that it's the Polish partition, given that both sides, it just feels to me like they should just have to take it, right, from a historical point of view. The question, though, is, okay, let's say Austria offers Poland a slightly better deal. That deal would have to include not giving in to Turkey. And that's just not worth it. I would have to give up quite a bit. So if Poland is losing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I think it's 6 to each of them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, if they're losing 12 points by sitting on those, by leaving the war where it is, and losing 0 by surrendering, but if they could get a better deal, what would that deal be? Can they offer to one of them a better deal and just say no deal to the other? That feels like king-making. So I think we're going to just do, and because it's simpler and because I think Poland ends up in 3rd place no matter what happens, they're just going to surrender to both of the countries that took them over. That brings us to leaving and rejoining the HRE. Bohemia is not in that position because there's still a Bohemian state that's been restored. Poland had trouble. However, Withdrawal, with its tiny little Silesia, has been added back in. Has this happened? Reincorporating. Whenever all provinces that left are owned or vassalized by HRE members or the emperor, the area is reincorporated. Remove the thing. This will give the emperor an imperial power. So Silesia is re-entered into the empire. Now, does this seem right? I don't know. Let's think about, hey, we make it up to the big +6. Finally! This will give us an extra victory point and might have been a negotiating point to force, the Austrians to give back a territory. But again, I feel like what we're looking at is really the partition of Poland, except that it's between Austria, Turkey, and Russia, well, or Lithuania. I mean, technically, it is Lithuania coming back. I'm picturing it as kind of Russia seizing that territory. Technically, though, yeah. And we're seeing a lot of ugliness happening. One thing that's kind of interesting, these forces, they feel like the forces of nationalism rather than and you know, it's not explicit, but rather than these revolutionary ideology markers. Now, I'm not going to deny that there was some sort of nationalistic clustering, but it was a lot less important, and it becomes much, much more important. And this mechanism, which feels more like nationalism, acts like it, and in fact acts like an ideology almost of nationalism, because look, all this territory has fallen to Lithuania. These start moving into other areas, and they may be moving into areas that are not Lithuania, right? And causing either rebellions, let's say it's in France or whatever, where we're looking at core territory that would be converted by this pile, or liberation of these old states and reformation of these old states that kind of follow on nationalistic terms for the most part. Anyway, glad I remembered this. There's nothing that would remind me, hey, after a piece you have to check this. There's, you know, it's just, there's certain special rules that link in there. A lot of them I have trouble figuring out, especially when they're not so much in the rule book, but maintained as game state on a set of cards, which has been a regular problem. Okay, we also have these alliances swing out. What the hell is this? I guess Matchburg is a Polish ally. Interesting. Were there any others? I don't see any. Doesn't mean they're not there. Okay. Disputed succession. Yeah, we got some of these. Austria is a disputed succession. Do they have any marriages? No. So they're fine, but they get a penalty. That's what, 1? No. It's based on royal marriages. Flip over all that still display that. Okay, there weren't any of these. Nobody gets any penalty for that. No, I'm looking at the wrong thing. This is the interregnum down here that gets hit. Okay. Occupied towns. Okay, is anybody occupied? See, I got a cube over here, which leads me to believe there must be something. Must be something that remains. But I don't see anything. So I'm going to toss this cube away. I think I just had an extra cube kicking around. Looking to see, Spain supposedly has a cube. It looks to me like I cleared all my Spanish problems as well. I was on a big one. I definitely would have cleared that. I just am not caught up on it. England has a cube? That can't be right. They don't own anything. Now, there may be things that change later on, that change hands. What's this? Okay, that's a war that's over. Austria. Okay, we're caught up there. So I don't think anybody has any. Everybody's taking care of all of their rebellions and whatnot, from what I can see. Yes, the board is a fucking mess right now. That gets me to the interregnum. Now we start looking. That's 1 per. Austria has an interregnum. Poland has an interregnum. Remember, we didn't, I don't know, we weren't as interested in holding cards and whatnot. We luckily have, who is this? Mahmud II, great. Looks like everybody else is fine. Okay. And now I start doing the unrest from religion. This late, with some of the effects that came into play. Everyone except England has tolerance now. England is like still burning Catholics at the stake as far as I can tell. But they're fine. They don't have any religious issues. They haven't had that spread of revolutionary ideology coming their way. I don't think there's a prestige issue for being at war. It's two additional unrest, which could be pretty bad. The religious dissent, you know, it hit Turkey the hardest probably. They have so many Muslim areas now. The revolution hasn't really spread as well as it would like. Now, think about the fact that Spain and Turkey would be fighting over the revolutionary markers. They'd be swinging back and forth. Other people would be trying to displace them towards people who don't want them and away from the people who want them, you know, taking them away from people. Just how crazy that would be. And it would have happened with the other religions as well. However, there were more counters for those, so I don't know. Just not thrilled with the idea of areas switching from Protestant to Orthodox because something else turned Protestant elsewhere in the world. It really weirds me out. And following the same pattern with the revolutionary, if you don't, it would suck to be a revolutionary regime because the regime, because your internals, instead of this revolutionary ideology spreading everywhere and being truly an infection, it would like die out in areas at the whim of other players. Anyway, stability has improved greatly for just about everyone. Almost everyone's at -1 or higher. So the Spaniards suffered one and the English suffered one up in Scotland there. The Spaniards here. These are kind of interesting questions. So like the Spanish one, hey, I've got a troop, so losing it wouldn't be a big deal. The English one is more problematic, but all I have are core areas, so no matter what, I might end up taking that penalty. Of course, here's the thing. That penalty doesn't even fucking matter, right? It's already been assessed. The prestige penalty for occupied towns, that's done. Matter during peace doesn't matter now. Austria would also get another cube on the board for the Imperials because they're at 6, but I don't know if that doesn't happen now, but I never know when it does happen. So it's time to start rolling. And again, everybody but England has a couple of re-rolls. All right, so for whatever reason, I keep starting with Austria. No, I started with Poland this time. I started with Austria with the unrests. They actually have quite a bit. They just gained one. Poland got out of it pretty easily. They had one roll, basically, that was bad. They spent a couple of bucks on it and lived with it. Turkey, not so good. I'm not done with Turkey's rolls. I've been working my way up this way, and I got hit with a bankruptcy. I'm out of cubes, all my advisors. The big thing there is it lost me five victory points, which, unless Austria goes bankrupt, and they might, but they have a lot of cubes, right? So everything devolves to money. I actually did a reroll on the Turks. But it's silly. They're going to lose cubes or money. Soldiers isn't going to matter, but they're going to lose cubes or money. And actually, they'd rather have had revolts than the bankruptcy, I guess, but who knows. But yeah, Austria is playing it kind of close. They got $3 left. However, they don't have a whole lot of areas in unrest, so they may well get away with this. But Turkey is really struggling, and now losing money isn't the worst thing. I can lose money kind of freely. Nothing too much worse happens with Turkey, although their army is getting weakened. The French took an army loss. Now, all their available were gone for some reason. I don't remember why that is. Because they attacked Yeah. But they had to lose the army there before they got to roll for it. They ended up a little bit into debt, no big deal. But the Spaniards, who were not in a bad debt position, are now close to bankruptcy after all the rolls that they got. Because basically, they rolled a lot of cubes in money rolls and chose not to take the revolts and whatnot. Well, they chose not to lose areas because that's what the revolt would have meant. And we finished that up with the Austrians, who actually, they had one here, hey, lost a couple bucks, fine. Move over to here, I rolled 2 dice, and both came up money. And if I lost another money, I would go into bankruptcy as well as the Turks just did. Right now I feel like, hey, I'm in a pretty good place towards winning the game, right? And but I used both my rerolls on those 2 dice and ended up getting troops in an okay. And so we avoided that penalty. I'm a little confused here because this went back like 5. It was on top, but I don't know for sure what happened. But something felt like it pulled this down, so I pushed that up like a piece of hair or something. And now I'm like confused. If it's within a point, like if Austria, I'm looking at Austria, it might be a point higher than Turkey on the track one way or another. Maybe I did. But maybe I missed something that caused a point, like the interregnum on Austria, I think, is what I'm thinking here. Okay. That gets us to the end of that, to the income phase. Now, does the income phase matter? Obviously, scoring prestige is going to matter, and there might be some stuff in cleanup, etc., that matters. But I don't think I have to go through all the mechanisms of the income phase. The only time I would have to is if someone was, like, you get nothing from money or anything like that. Oh, debt and treasury. Yeah, if someone's not making positive money on the turn, I'm going to have to worry about it. So I guess I'll calculate it all out. It'll also give us kind of a view of what people would be going into in that later, you know, let's say the game continued somehow, right? What would the world be like under those circumstances? Because honestly, and it's the edge of it's the end of the game, edge of the map type weird little delimiters here. You know, a lot of people are really close to bankruptcy because as long as you don't actually go into bankruptcy, it's not that big a deal. You don't have to worry about all that debt causing you to not have a very good economy for the next term. Now, I gotta say, I've been playing a lot of the game with countries running pretty close to bankruptcy anyway, so. Yeah, remember when I was afraid to take out debt? Somehow I feel like early in the game money is scarcer, and that is one of the problems. But I think it's worth taking out debt in order to get yourself advisors, to get yourself more cubes, to be able to run a little bit more fat. That's one of the things I learned. But you go to war, you're probably going to have to build armies multiple times, you know, shit like that. Wow, it really does burn into your money really quickly when you try to make certain decisions. Quickly looking over at the money, nobody's got an economy so weak that like their debt is going to throw them into a bankruptcy at this point. So I'm going to ignore the collect income. Collect monarch power, absolutely unimportant. Score prestige is important, however. The emperor gets a point because he made it. What about these things? I know these come into play somewhere. Absolute monarchy. Nobody's got it, so I don't have to worry. At the start of phase 3, lose a stability if not at war. Spain was not at war. They would have lost the stability. They may have actually gotten a little closer. No. So I don't know what their cube situation is, etc. They might have gotten a little bit closer to going bankrupt, but they still have $2. So even if they lost a cube from that, it would have been okay. And then the constitutional monarchy, this is stage 3 at peace. France was at peace, so they would have gained a stability. And that'll put me here. Right? Because France did not go to war. Oh, wait, no, France was at war. Never mind. I'm losing track of what happened in this last turn. Okay. Good enough. Cleanup. Manpower reserve isn't going to make a difference anymore. Refreshing merchants doesn't make a difference. The colonials don't make a difference. Removing those cubes, don't have to worry about it. There's no famines. An extra imperial cube would go out. Tags, first player token, round status, none of that happens. End of age routine probably can't do because it says if there's no events left, perform the following steps in order, but I think we skip right down to the final scoring. I guess I'll just use the track there. And we look. Players reveal and score any missions in their hands whose requirements have been met. Okay, let's just make sure nobody snuck one in there. I probably would have exposed it. Well, we had the peace section there. Austrian Galicia. 4 more provinces in Wikipedia, Mazovian, Małopolska, and Red Ruthenia. I have that. So Austria gets 6, and they would actually gain something that they don't need. And I think that's it. I don't think the English got any of theirs, no. Okay. Should have done this when the peace happened, but it's okay. This gives another opportunity. All right. So I'm going to go through this like I would with the income phase, one at a time, and shoot things up. I've not done this before, so I kind of feel like I should play through a player. But what I want to do is I'm going to take the person in the worst position, the English, that means being over here, and score them. And we'll just see what the mechanism looks like. I mean, it's not too complicated, but I'd like to see what it has. Current tax income. Current tax income goes to 21 points. You know, I think I should just write these down. Yeah, let me write them down. So, this game has a lot of these rounded counters, but they're going to get put away in the trays and everything, so it's not going to be too big a deal, right? There's these storage trays that combine. But I'm looking at putting the, I don't know, whatever, the excess GMT counters I have that are wooden rounded things. And I'm pouring them into the bag just to get rid of them so I can, like, use the back of a piece of paper or something. And I gotta tell you, when you got all these different shapes, some of them very rounded, like these guys, these little guys is a real pain in the ass, scooping them into a cup or into the bag or whatever. I had a couple of drops. I think I found everything, but, you know, still not what I wanted. It's one of the issues with you know, these wooden pieces and whatnot. The same mechanisms that I'm used to in dealing with cleaning up don't work as well. Remember when I was saying, hey, what if Austria is only like a point away from victory or whatever? Yeah, it kind of happened. Except it happened on the good side, and I think I had the numbers right. All right, so let's take a look at what we got here. This is the points transliterated or transferred from that track. Total tax value here, you can see Turkey's got a big one. They got this big plus 20 because their realm is just so big. And this is huge. This is what makes up a lot of the ground that they lose. Here, I covered core, marriage, and alliance tokens that you have on the board. You can see not a lot of points there. You know, Austria got the most with 5, right? I might have miscounted even. It wouldn't be too hard. Like, I see 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know where the 5th one is. 1, 2, 3. I no longer have this. I'm coming out lower now, like just trying to count. Right, 1, 2, 3. They have no cores. 4, and I got them at 5. So I don't know what I did wrong. I feel like I saw another one. Oh, they have a French one here. I didn't count that. Yeah, so that's the 5th one. Either being the papal controller, and nobody went for that, that would have been worth the number of Catholic players left in the game, which is 2 or 3. Austria and Poland. Yeah. So that would be worth 2 points to have gotten a cardinal in play. But they were the only people who were eligible for it, and you might not be able to get it. Imperial authority, though, is big. The Austrians got that all the way up to 6. And, you know, they added Silesia back in somehow. Bohemia's still out. Finally, let's see. I'm trying to cover this up to keep it a surprise, right? Stability, pretty much everybody's in negative except Austria, with a couple of people, Spain and Turkey, the revolutionaries, at -6. Nobody has any occupied provinces that were taken from them. That would count double, right? Because you'd lose the tax income, because it's the tax. It's the current tax. It's the cubes count against you there. And then debt, again, number of debt counters, not that big a deal. And in fact, going bankrupt may not be that bad a thing. It moves your stability down, but other than that, it's not too big a deal. We came up with our totals. 44 for England, and yeah, they stay in last. France at 64, they stay in second to last. Spain at 72, they keep their position. Poland at 91. All that territory they lost hurt them heavily. Like, if this game had ended even just, you know, a deck before, it would have been so much better. This was a devastating turn. And it's a turn that looks like the first partition of Poland, right? Poland has been reduced greatly by this. Of course, the Turks were involved instead of the Prussians. But then the scary thing, Austria at 115, Turkey at 114. And again, if you look at the Turkish numbers, their tax value is somehow less than Austria's. How could that be? I just don't buy it. 26, 46, They get 50 now. They get 50. That's their tax value. Oh no, it's the end of game points that Austria made some extra points on. Yeah, so I mean, we're like twice the size of Austria in terms of that. Spain is not bad at 32. France is not bad at 32. But the glory that Austria was able to get out of the game towards the end actually helped them out. And yeah, I mean, it's a pretty close, it's a 1-point game, right? Somewhat of more interest to me is looking at the world and what it sort of looks like, and maybe some of the whys behind that. So we can take a look. Hey, France looks kind of like France, not quite as powerful, but after the revolutionary period, at this 1821 period, this is about right for France. Some areas are not core that probably should be. He tended not to make things core. Over in terms of possessions, hey, they got a little bit in Africa. That's fine. Maybe a little early, but it's okay. We look at Spain. Spain never formed the Iberian Peninsula. Like, they never really formed Spain, but they added Portugal. They've got Morocco here. They still have some holdings in Italy and whatnot, and some vassals spread out throughout. In terms of colonization, they've done horribly. A little bit of power up in North America, but that's really it. They never went into the Pacific, and South America is barely touched by anyone. The English, and Spain is a revolutionary country. The English went full Protestant fairly early. We missed something big. Oh, fuck me. We forgot to score. We were in such a rush, right? Such a rush that we forgot to score the power struggle. Now, that should have happened during one of those areas where I just passed by, like at the end of the turn type thing. It's really easy to fail at. So, I got to look at this. We'll get some modifications there. It's not going to help Turkey, I think. I don't know. They got their thingamabobber. Okay, PRs only score prestige for areas where they had no core province at the start of the game. PRs score 5 if they occupy the capital of an opponent. That occupying the capital of an opponent was the reason to go into here on Poland and actually capture that, and I kind of didn't do that. I think I tried, but I didn't do that. And the reason, that extra 5 would be a big deal. So let's look at how we score these. Right. It's tax value of provinces you control, the only person with stuff there, and alliances or marriage, but it's only one. Okay. So let's look at these. Spain gets nothing. This was their home area. They can't gain anything from it. Let's get the list, because I may not be able to find all these, if I can find it. Okay, that was Castile, Seine. Austria has an alliance. They get an extra point. I'll compare these points. I'll track them on there and compare the points to the totals and upgrade. Next one, Netherlands. Spain gets a point for that, and they're the only player with anything there. The non-player stuff doesn't matter, so I get another point. for the Netherlands, if I can find them. Oh no, this is the Netherlands. Take that away. There should be a marker here. I don't know why there isn't. I don't see one in that pile. Okay. Brandenburg. Brandenburg, Austria gets 3, 4. This is just going to help the Austrians in general. Austria. All right, France gets 1 for an alliance with the Austrians. Brandenburg, Austria. Central Italy. That's down here. Austria gets 2, 1 for possession and 1 for being the only person who possesses anything there. And then Austria, Poland, and England and Spain each get 1. Austria, Poland, England, and Spain. That's this marker. Maz and Malopoliska. That's this. Nobody gets anything there. That's Polish. Moscow and Ryazan and Egypt. Okay, so something weird happened where Prussia is still on there. I don't know. And the Netherlands wasn't. Okay. Well, for Egypt, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for Turkey. All right. The important things, we'll look at all of them, are what the scores end up as. So in terms of game points, the French got +1. My pen moved. Okay, so the French will be at 65. This is 34. Spain got +1. So they're 49, 73. Yeah, you see this isn't going to do much. England should be at 28. That's another +1. Austria made some ground. They went up to 91, which is 8 more points. And that would put them up to 123, which you can't read at all now. Poland got a point. We're just around the edges for most of them, but Turkey also got a fair amount because of Egypt. They're at 78. So they got 6 more points, putting them up to a 120. But the barrier, the game got a little less close, if anything. All right. So that scores this, and I don't know where the fuck this goes. Over there. Who else are we looking at? We were looking at all the different countries, and we can look. I gotta swap batteries. Take something of a peek at some of the minors. So like Portugal got overrun by the Spanish, became an English vassal, and now they're free again. But what are they? They're this, really, because other areas that were Portuguese. Yeah, this is wrong. This is the Danes. Other areas that were Portuguese have shown up, but they're not. They didn't disassociate as a single country. They basically broke apart due to the rebellions, because the rebellions turn things into independence if they can be, or return them to whoever they belong to. Over with the Dutch, you can see they managed to basically win all the Dutch wars and become their own kind of little power. And this is the kind of situation where you really wish that there was room to add a player when something becomes this powerful. Same thing, to tell you the truth, with Denmark, although I think a Danish-Swedish player would add a lot to the game. Like, I would like to see the game start with Russia, with a player in Russia and a player in Denmark, I think. It's hard to tell because you can make an argument for Venice, you know, that's what the original game did. Venice didn't historically add much during that early period, so it's kind of a hard call. Austria itself has really kind of solidified the empire, and you can see they have a lot of fucking possessions in the empire. They've grown. They've taken Saxony. They've taken Brandenburg. They've taken not just Silesia, but they took a hunk of Poland back. They've got some little holdings back here, which is historically accurate. They've got Dalmatia. What they didn't do is they didn't take Venice. They didn't take North Italy, ever. They never really got Hungary. So they're kind of a very different country from what you'd expect. A much more imperially based one, but one that has obtained a lot of territory in the empire. One thing I wish the game did, and I gotta say, I feel the same way about another game, Sword in the Stars, where they allow you to kind of define the empire. I wish that the addition of this would have actually not just been Silesia goes to the empire, but that the whole area goes. One of the things with the empire is, if you got an empire up to a status of 6, there's sort of a question of, are you really more of a nation state at that point? You know, is Austria, would they be pushing for their external realms to become part of the empire, as used to be the case with strong emperors? Historically, they didn't do this with Hungary, and you could argue, and with the North Italian area actually as well, by then the empire had left there. You could argue that the reason that those areas disassociated or never were incorporated into the empire, some of them are, they're not German, right? That would be one argument, but that wasn't an old-time argument about the empire. And when the emperor was powerful, they would extend by invasions, right? Extend into pagan territories, etc. By the time you get to the span of this game, that wasn't happening, but I think it wasn't happening because the emperor was weak. And because the value of a power source outside the empire was more important than the value of it being inside. But a very powerful emperor might have a very strong reason and would have the political power to incorporate their external territories into the empire. Now, in this particular case, I don't think Hungary would be incorporated, but I do think this area would, as well as Silesia being reincorporated. A good deal of the empire has fallen, though. The Dutch, who are Catholic, counter-reform Catholic, it's okay, the French are Protestant, left the empire. You can see Franche-Comté never did, but Pomerania did. And the Italian territories were lost. So it's kind of a weird sort of thing. Switzerland never did, right? Just an odd sort of connection there. Bohemia did leave the empire. That's kind of a big deal. That was because the Poles captured them. Poland is one of the most interesting countries in this storyline. They never incorporated the Lithuanian territories. But they did march westward as far as Bohemia and had power that they were exerting, you know, into North Germany, into the imperial territory. It's hard to fight the emperor. That's one of the problems. If the emperor comes to the defensive areas, it's hard to fight. So they were able to kind of incorporate things, I think, kind of on the sly, rather than going directly at war with the Austrians. But one nasty card created so much problem for them because they never unified their religion. Tolerance made it so easy for them not to unify their religion, and they just ended up with a whole lot of what ends up being really just all of Lithuania basically tried to break away, and almost all of it succeeded. In addition to that, we have revolutionary fervor moving into the polls. The reason for that is Poland was doing well, so players would aim against them. The good thing about the way I played is that wasn't stripping revolutionary fervor from other areas, right? Finally to Turkey, who got off, and Poland didn't get off to a great start. I felt like I was way behind with Poland and Austria. I'm kind of impressed that they won, that they were in the running for winning the game. The only person I would have predicted, so I thought France was doing okay. England was troubled early on. France comes in second to last, right? Spain looked like they were doing okay, but then they just collapsed. They never got their grip on Aragon. And it's a close run thing. I got it, I think I got it underway in my, well, no, I got it vassalized. I just never got to incorporate it, which was the problem. And that's a big investment, the same kind of problem that Lithuania was for the Poles. But unlike Lithuania, Aragon kind of disassociated from the Spaniards. And so we ended up with a couple of vassal provinces left. We actually only got Naples back by fighting the Turks, of all people, who had taken it, converted it to Muslim, then it's revolutionary, and they're both interested in it. We had actually gotten deeper in Morocco, etc. We had a lot of effort spent in the game by Spain as probably the greatest person with this problem in dealing with unrest. But France and England also had issues with it. The people with tolerance, Poland and Turkey had tolerance throughout most of the game. They were not facing it quite as badly. But if you end up with too much outside your religion, you're in trouble. Like, tolerance allows you to have a minority, a small minority. It doesn't let you just kind of ignore the religious problem, because eventually someone, it gives you the ability to ignore a little bit of religious problems. The Turks spread out really powerfully early in the game, felt pretty damn good. They felt like they were going historically, which most of the powers didn't feel like they were matching their historical goals. You could say France was matching its early historical goals. England had a lot of trouble. They look pretty decent now, except for no colonies or anything. They got one. Spain, there's just too much to do, and your cube limits, etc., make it difficult. Now, Spain could have gotten into a better position, I'm guessing, had I understood how much you need advisors earlier in the game. By the time I understood that you need advisors to be able to do even close to what you do historically, it would be pretty pain. It would have been. I would have been able to get a little bit better, but I still don't think that there's enough fat in the game to play out the wars and play out the colonization, etc. There was one card in this last deck, and I don't remember which one. I don't remember which one. Might be Rights of Man. Something generated a whole slew of extra cubes. The Congress of Vienna, maybe. That generated some. I don't feel like that was the big one. Feels like something generated a whole bunch of cubes for everyone. And it may have been the Congress of Vienna, and gave them the capability to actually fight wars. And it kind of makes sense. People who chose the no time to talk would generate a cube for themselves and for each of their neighbors in military cubes. And that's kind of what happened. In addition, there's even better cube gains if you go the peace route and enough people went for it. But we didn't have that. Now, unfortunately, there's nothing that generated that kind of cubage elsewhere in the game. So between cubes and between the timer, I was finding that people couldn't do what they wanted to do. They just didn't have enough capability to do anything that felt particularly historical. We had an interesting period where it looked like Protestantism was going to sweep the map. It's actually kind of funny. The Council of Trent didn't get played, which meant counter-reform didn't show up very early. Another event got played which allowed the counter-reform movement to come into play. I'm glad there's two. And it became a counterweight to the Protestantism, but not before England was already Protestant. Actually, the Protestantism spread from England choosing to be Protestant before anyone else. And it only really kind of spread either from there or through some eruptions. But it did end up covering a fair amount of territory if you count that France went Protestant and most of Germany did not. Feels kind of balanced. The counter-reform movement, most of the governments, well, all of the governments start out Catholic, so there's a good reason that you could see counter-reform governments lasting, and it gives you a powerful capability to counter Protestantism. Protestantism spreads on its own, counter-reform Catholicism spreads on its own. I saw very little reason not to be counter-reform in this, as opposed to in the original game where they try, where honestly everyone except Spain kind of wants to start out, it wants to maintain themselves as Catholic. Any other choice gives you a penalty. That doesn't mean England will still generally go Protestant because of King Henry VIII. France will have troubles no matter which way they go, but they pay the bigger price by going Protestant by choice. Spain gets an advantage out of being counter-reform that no one else gets in that game. Anyway, then there's this revolutionary, and whether that's the rights of man or nationalistic fervor, it's hard to tell. It feels like it's both kind of wound up in each other. But it spreads as its own religion, and when it starts spreading, it kind of replaces all the other infectious religions. Now, there are some things that I did to change the game, perhaps inadvertently, perhaps more vertently. One of them is, one of the big ones is with the religious counters. I said there was no counter limit to that because that just made sense to me. If there is a counter mix limit, what happens is when a religion spreads, if there aren't any left of that religion, and players who are of that religion take up a counter, right? If there aren't any left of that religion, then then you get to pick up a marker from somewhere else. And in the case of, say, Protestantism spreading, you could pick up either a counter-reform or a Protestant marker, take that away from an area, and it reverts to whatever it was, and put it down somewhere else. Diverse faiths have Catholic on the back. Muslim have Orthodox on the back. It becomes very, there aren't a lot of Catholic markers is one of the issues. You can see there's quite a few here, but they're on the back of diverse faiths, which can mean something. Those don't happen very easily. Like early in the game when the religious dissent is first starting, you've got a few of them. But here, you got one here. And nobody's in favor of it. So people who can are going to try to convert an area. And here it represents, Muslim and Zoroastrian, I guess. No, that can't be. The Zoroastrians are gone. I think Persia, right? But this is Persia as a Shiite country. So it's kind of weird because, it's got to be. But no, this is diverse faiths too. Wow, that's weird. Similarly, with the dynamic NPRs, I added a bunch of counters so that they could become big and powerful states that, conceivably someone might want to be. And if I tinkered around with the game enough, I would allow people to transfer or something. The problem with transferring is you're really pretty functional. I don't know. It's like there's not this sort of collapse where you look at it and say, well, I'm just screwed with this country. And there's also not an easy way to convert over another country. So, for example, let's say Spain decided to stop being Spain. Let's say the player who was Spain decided they wanted to go be Denmark or be the Netherlands or something like that because they think there's just more opportunity. Well, what do? Like, the reason Spain got in trouble is they couldn't handle their unrest. If you go to a new country, is it just free from unrest? I don't know, it becomes a hell of a lot more dynamic by being a player or a bot. And yeah, I have a number of issues, and when I go through the review, I'm going to go through the rule book and kind of hit on the things that upset me about the game, that feel wrong. Now and then I might point out something that maybe should feel wrong, or I think felt wrong for a bit and didn't feel and managed to correct itself, right? As usual, it's easier to point out flaws than it is to point out where something is correct, or where something feels right. Like, my assumption is just perfection. That's the kind of optimist that I am. And therefore I am always disappointed. Life is miserable. Games are never going to meet the hopes that they have. But on the other hand, I get the most fun out of tinkering with and playing with a game to try to make it closer to what my thought of what the perfection might be. I wouldn't get as much fun out of a game that was actually perfect. So you can look at the disappointment as kind of a positive thing. I don't feel that way about most stuff. But with games, I feel like I can tinker with them. So that is an advantage. With this one, early on, I had a whole lot of excitement about the idea of tinkering with certain things. Try to bring other players into it. Try to I don't know what else. That was the big one. Oh, try to randomize the event deck so that I'm not playing with a pre-programmed game that's going to go in a certain direction. Unfortunately, the event deck kind of gives you that pre-programming. Like, what you don't if you don't randomize it, right? If you play it as it is, you get something that could conceivably seem to generate the historical situation, at least in terms of when the events happen and whatnot. And the events that aren't being put into the deck are really, the big ones are really events that affect players that aren't in the game. And this is one of the troubling slots to it, is that, like, you would have to build a bigger event deck to handle more players. You would have to change that little turn record thing and everything. Beyond the events that affect players, some of them are pretty big events. Things like the Council of Trent and stuff like that aren't linked to a specific player, I believe. I might be mistaken there. but they're meant to drive the game, the narrative of the game forward for the areas of the game that you're playing in. So like, if I take one of those out, and there really is sort of a disbursement of so many truly kind of random things that you could shuffle up and do whatever you like with, so many that are key events of the story. Well, if you take some of those key events out that have to do with the religious situation here, you're going to get a different religious situation no matter what. You're not going to be able to get what happens. And there's a fair amount of that in the game where everything's kind of balanced together because the deck is just constructed in a certain way, right? Now, playing with less players is relatively easy, or less map, because things can show up that don't mean anything, right? Or you can throw blanks in, randoms that, are just truly random things like, bad harvests, famines, whatever they are. Anyway, what I found, though, was some of the core mechanisms of the game. Things like the use of the cubes, especially. And the pulsing play. The pulsing play I can live with. It's painful to me. It makes the game more difficult for me to play. I harp on it a lot. I don't like that style of game. It's very modern and Euro-ish and whatever. CDGs have it. It just puts a burden on me that I don't like. Similarly, all these cards over here, this tableau of information that you have to be aware of throughout most of the game, puts a burden on me that I don't like. But the real takeaway is that core, two pieces of the core of the game. The biggest one being the cube, which seemed to represent nothing that I can put my finger on, the allocation and manipulation of cubes. And maybe the timing on the turn order and whatnot, and the way passing works and everything. These are devices that are necessary for generating this kind of interactive pulse-by-pulse play. And they introduce problems way beyond the pulsing that really make it so that I don't think I want to tinker with this. I just think that, like, all that excitement that I had, and I gotta say, it's not the first game that I felt this way about. Invasions by Thibault, the original designer of EU. Also managed to leave me with this kind of, maybe I'd like to fuck around with it and make it work. But some of it is just, I'm too old. I'm hoping I don't have that much time in life left anymore, that tinkering with it will be any kind of advantage from that. And, I tinkered around with the original EU. I tinkered around with La Révolution Française. And I never came to a satisfying result. So it could well be that there's just nothing, there are problems that are fundamental once the design is laid out, etc., that really you'd have to do so much to change. And in this case, I don't feel like I can tinker around the edges at all easily. I'm not getting what I really want out of it. It's not. One of the big things is it's not giving me the picture of the military operations. It's not giving me anything that feels at all accurate. The Napoleonic Wars is fought out in a couple of provinces, not across all of Europe. Same thing with all these other big wars. They just don't feel like as much is happening militarily as it should be. Somehow I don't mind a big abstraction in, other areas of the game you know, I mean, here's the thing. If a town gets bigger, if there's religious conversions and whatnot, some of that, it's like a lot of that feels like it's just abstracted and under the covers. And I don't mind that because it wouldn't normally show up in a game. But in the original and in the computer game, you do see the military moving. And it's not just over the course of 20 years, this changed hands, so that's the only thing we have to show the fighting in. It just feels so wrong to me that I'm not seeing more when I've got a map that shows me, and I've got pieces and whatnot that should show me that full fight going through, right? And sweeping back and forth and whatnot. And it just doesn't happen that way. Some of it being because each action is it's just, there's this mishmash of all the actions together in this pulsing mechanism. And it causes real problems in a sense that, like, everything's treated kind of the same, and it ends up just abstracting the military away too much for me. Trade is another thing. It felt almost useless because it requires that you spend cubes, which are in short supply, and money didn't tend to be that heavy a limitation. Now you could say it's pretty heavy. People were going bankrupt. People are low on their, they have way too much debt, and that's all true. But as long as he didn't go to war or have a huge problem where you had to build up a big army or whatever, in general, it felt like, money isn't all that important. It just isn't. And so for most of the nations, they just didn't have to engage in trade, which feels really weird to me, right? Like, somebody like Turkey with a powerful economy, them engaging in trade is a waste of cubes. It's better for them to take debt. I don't know. All right. That's a little bit of babbling here. I'm going to clean up and... did I tell you? I don't think I told you the good news. I got let off from jury duty. Like, I probably could have known this Friday at 5:30 p.m. Although, because it says check the day before, but they probably mean business day, but I don't know. Anyway, it already says it today, so I'm sure they're not, they wouldn't be making decisions over the weekend, but it says the day, not the business day. So, of course, I'm here thinking, I have to wait until Sunday at 5:30 or whatever. Well, it turns out it was probably there for a long time, and I could have saved myself quite a bit of angst. Found out even before I went dancing. All right. Let's send this up. This has been one hell of a series in terms of the amount of time on video, etc. Can't get to Talavera yet. Over there. I've got something else I promised to do first.